Hi guys, hi boys and girls, lads and lassies. Thank you again for joining us for yet again, and that's the dogs going nuts already. Just started and they're going nuts.
Your dogs have
So,
perfect timing.
Thank
They
you
were
from
quiet.
the grandfather.
Yes. Yay. Well done, PJ.
So,
Well done, PJ's daughter.
yes, very well done. And here you go. Say hello to my little friend. There he's there.
Hey. What a little beaut.
Look at that wee face.
What a little beaut.
And he just obviously doesn't look like his grandfather at all.
Already looks just as grumpy as you are. And it's like, what the heck is going on?
I love that face. I love that face.
It reminds me of a certain comedian, but I just can't put the name to it.
Is that Bunnet? It's the guy with a bunnet that done it. So that's my gorgeous wee grandson.
I know he's just got the cutest face. He's adorable.
He has. So I've got it sitting there now. So, thank you for joining us all. And what have you been up to this week? Anything fun on your playlist?
Oh my goodness, a few things.
Well, let's kill the rumors. I have not been playing with my Ming too much.
Wait till I finish my beer.
Wait so she can drink her beer so she can go.
I spit it all over the screen.
Wait 2 minutes. Right, now see it.
You definitely need a couple of pints before you start playing with my Ming.
Yeah, we're starting early.
Yes, we're starting early. That's it. Demonetized. We did get hit with a copyright strike for last week for playing the George Carling stuff.
Oh, was it like an actual strike?
It was just a copyright claim.
Right.
Your stream cannot be monetized. Well, 175 subscribers, it's unlikely to be monetized.
This is what I hate about it is how the heck are you getting struck with a copyright strike by a person that is dead?
Yeah.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, that's a trick. That's a good trick.
It is definitely a good trip. Hi, Kelly.
Hi, John.
Hey, John.
So, thank you. Everybody's joining us dead early. Yes. So, he's all getting ready for Wednesday stream because that's what I've been watching.
Oh yes.
I haven't started my prep for that yet, but that's going to be happening this.
Well,
probably
I've been
tomorrow.
watching bits and pieces, but I started Cooper this morning. So I've watched Cooper. I've got the other 4 to watch over the next few days, except tomorrow morning, because I'm going to see my grandson.
Yes, well,
and
I
will keep repeating myself over and over again.
So is that going to be the very first time you've physically seen him then?
Yes.
Wow.
It's because I was down in London and I came back on Thursday night. So I had bits of running around to do on Friday and then today as well. And my daughter's obviously got other things on, so tomorrow's going to be my first time and I'm so looking forward to it. I'm going to get loads of pictures from you.
I was just going to say pics. We need pics.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, you've got a mini me now.
Yeah, Carol, thank you very much. Yes, I know I am.
It's a mini me.
Yes, a mini me.
Yes, a mini me. Aye. Salby's Granda Jack and he'll be Victor. That's obviously a Scottish thing. For those in the States and a lot of people in England as well, Still Game is a Scottish show with the main characters are Jack and Victor.
As soon as we heard his name, we were like, yeah.
Yep. That's what I said as well.
That's where I clocked it as well. It's like, really? They did that?
See? Oh, there you go. All these people with great taste.
And we're off.
And we're off. Yes.
Sorry,
disaster. Yes, I'm in free zone tonight.
Hey, disaster.
Ladies and gentlemen, refunds are available.
For those who are unable
AMC.
to play with their mings, phone the Samaritans on.
Oh, that was good. That was really funny.
IMC.
IMC.
Cool icon.
Jim.
Cool avatar. I love that avatar, MC.
Yeah.
Yes. It is
It's
a cool one,
xenomorph,
isn't
I
it?
think. Xenomorph,
Scary
yeah.
one.
Cool.
Scary one. Oh, do you know what I've got coming soon? Well, it's at least going to be 4 weeks away. I've already chips and curry sauce. Oh. Do you know one of my friends' brothers selling some bits and pieces, and I'm going to buy 2 Ash Williams. I'm so
Oh my god. Oh my god.
because he's off on holiday and I'm off on holiday, it's going to be at least 4 weeks. But I'm so excited. So that's going to be an unveiling. What's in the box?
Fantastic.
And if I can afford more.
Oh god, I need so much stuff. I just need so much stuff. Keep playing the lottery, man.
Well, exactly.
Well, you should play the lottery, especially if you're in the UK at the moment. We have, on Tuesday, you can win an ultra jackpot of about £184 million.
Is that all?
That would just about cover it, yeah.
See, I'll only play it because it's the over 100 million. Ain't less than that, it's not worth it.
Pocket change.
Trouble is, if I win, Big Chief Studio would still get all my money anyway.
Well, that's the old joke, isn't it? If I win the lottery, I would put a pound to it and pay all my debts.
Jim, you could buy Big Chief Studios with that money.
I'm not that certain. Have you seen what they charge for the really live scale, the 1-to-1 replicas? It's like
you'd have to transfer about a quarter of your lottery winnings to them just to cover everything.
I'm okay with that. I think I would.
I think
a quarter to Big Chief, a quarter to the grandson, and another quarter to the grandson, and then a third quarter to the grandson.
I see Miranda. She's feeling fairly confident. She could survive on that.
Yeah, I could just about survive on that. I'd get by.
Survive on that.
I'd get by.
Yeah, I don't know.
MC, snap.
That is just stupid money. I don't think I would know what to do with it. Be honest, I'd prefer if I got 100K. I could be reasonable. I could be smart. But if you got that much money, you would just throw it away.
Brewster's Millions.
First thing I would do is hire a manager to help me manage it and invest it and help us sort of sort it all out.
I think we have the advantage because we saw films like Brewster's Millions and all of that. It's like, here is $30 million.
Yep.
You need to get rid of it by the 28th of this month. And it's like, well, that's fine. Just buy a car. And it's like, no, you actually have a car worth this amount of money now.
You basically have to spend it without owning anything by the end of it. But then again, just think what you could do. Just hire the QE2 and fly everybody all over the world. Easy peasy.
How many castles do you think you can buy with that money, PJ?
I need a castle. Yeah, defo.
Oh.
Only if the noise
a castle would be my man cave. Then we would have one to stay in.
I definitely think I would need a moat and like a castle ground to protect all the collectibles I would just shove into.
Yeah. Hey, Apollomies Minion. Thanks for joining us.
Hey,
Apollomies.
Oh, very cute avatar. Lovely puppy.
Oh, the wee dog. Yep.
Yeah, definitely a moat. Definitely a moat with like some, what's really good?
Going to buy a doodad
crocodiles in it. Yeah.
Going to buy a doodad and a thingamabob to go with a doodad.
Food delivery and Big Finish audios. Yes.
Pay off credit card, invest 20%, food delivery and Big Finish audios. Yeah.
That's one way to do it. Yeah.
So paying off my mortgage doesn't count.
No, you have to put £1 to it to pay off your mortgage nowadays. Or sorry, $1 to it. Depends what country we're in.
Coin. We can say coin because that would be just flat rate across any.
There you go.
How many t-shirts could you buy?
There might be a requirement for a second or maybe even a third wardrobe for
yeah, well, you could have basically an entire small house as a wardrobe. Yeah.
Actually, the 184, what Elon got together to buy Twitter is roughly about 36 million British pounds. So I would still have more than 100 million pounds if I won. And I wanted to do the hassle of buying Twitter, which I would never do.
No, thank you. No, thank you. I would be very happy just in my, we'd have either a castle or a place that we could have like themed rooms. We'd have like a Star Wars room. We'd have a Doctor Who room. My video room would be to go hang out.
My video room would be. I've always wanted a video room. It would have one massive big screen, and sitting there would be Kirk's chair.
Oh, the con, yes, gotta have the con.
That would be my full controls.
We'd have two.
Put a DVD in, close it down. The other one's all the controls on it. Any
that has been one of my dreams.
They can sit at the other stations. That will be my video room.
One of my dreams has been if I ever got the silly amount of money, I would rebuild. I would get a house where you could fit it, but a cinema room that is basically next generation Star Trek bridge. You have the big on-screen, comfy chairs.
People. I think we'd probably go for the classic.
That's the one
we'd go for the classic, but the next gen is pretty cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
absolutely.
Definitely.
And I've always wanted to do right. How's this for a? Not that I've put too much thought into it. Whatever house I get, there'll be a front door, but in effect it'll be blocked off. But it'll just look like a fake door, and at the side there'll be a TARDIS.
Yes, thank you.
But,
yes, we'd have that as well.
If you look at the back of the TARDIS, you'll be able to see the other side, so it'll look as if it's standing off, which means it'll have to be about that close to the wall, and then you would have like a mirror thing. So as you look in, it's reflecting what's on the other side. So it would be all sensors, so you can see. So you're looking in, and it will look as if you're seeing. So if there's two people going like that to each other, they'll see it, but it's just a sensor around it to make the impression that there's nothing behind it and it's not touching the house. No, that's this thing's through.
I'm pretty sure you can even solve it low tech. Some really clever physicians can do magnifying glass and mirrors and everything.
Yes, you could do it with mirrors. All you need to do is have the mirrors at a slight angle and it's actually just reflecting up the way. But you could actually do it so it looks like, so if somebody goes down to the back and see if it's showing, and it would look as if you're looking through. Not that I've thought about these type of things if I had that type of money.
What about you, Alex? What's your
Hold on, I just read something with disaster area, and I'm.
Yeah, I'm still going to play catch up. Don't worry. Right, where are we?
I'll let you know in a minute.
How many t-shirts? I'm just getting.
Twitter costs billions, though, not millions.
Yep.
Yeah. He can have that. Yeah, bless him. Enjoy it.
Buy a and make bag in.
Yeah, sounds good.
Just so your neighbours can go bye.
Hey, Captain Fandom Nerd, thanks for joining us.
Captain Fandom.
New face. Cool avatar.
Yep. Captain. Buy a small smile and turn it into a house so that you can film playing.
Oh yeah,
that would be fun.
Yeah, I'd be up for that.
And then just have the popcorn. So instead of dinner, just go and get popcorn, hot dogs. I'm okay with that. That would be fun.
Yes, that goes without saying. Defo, Kelly. Yep. Pay off all mortgages.
Whole family did need
sorted.
to do it again.
Yeah.
Yep. There you go, Jim. You can buy a full
When Alex said that, I was like, I know what he's done.
Yeah.
Oh, Batcave. Yes, please.
Yeah.
And I or Alfred, yeah.
Oh, it would definitely be a Batcave in there.
Oh, God.
Catwoman. Meow.
Eartha Kitt's Catwoman.
Oh,
That's
she was
Catwoman.
Gorgeous, yeah.
I nearly bought a Batwoman today. A 66 Batgirl. And I was so tempted. It was just a wee bit too expensive. Or maybe because there was a couple of wee bits and pieces I picked up because there's no charity running this week. I did go, but there was new place and there was only one charity shop and it had nothing for me. 99% of the stuff was all female. So unless you wanted to see me in a nice pink sparkly dress, and truthfully, even if unless it said the grandfather, it was a no-go. My friend sent me this. It came through this morning.
That is brilliant.
He ordered it from Dubai, sent it to me. Cheers.
Wow, all the way from Dubai. That's cool.
Yeah. But it turned up this morning. I'm sitting there thinking, I didn't order anything. Yeah. And then I go, I checked it. What? See, even my friends know me. Exactly.
Wendy, to answer your question from earlier, about that 184 million, I have got my eye on the piece of land, which is in the southwest.
Good. Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, I explained it to Jim and PJ ages ago, and I might give some to my family and that. You know, well, actually, I might ship my family out. Really, dump them somewhere. But the thing is, I think I'll probably invest some of it. Really.
Yep.
Oh, definitely. Got to do some investing.
I would invest it in my pocket.
I'll probably invest about a couple million into like SpaceX or something like that.
That could be fun.
But the question is that it's so much. The major problem is that you're going to get a queue like from the taxman, the government, and all this and that for that type of money.
But the thing is, remember, it's not lottery money because it's a lottery. It comes as tax free.
Yeah,
it's only once you kick it, then they'll tax it to death. So, but
there's still plenty left over, I think.
There should be still enough. From 104 million, even if the taxman gets it, you should have about 1 or 2 million left.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you remember, there was how can I put it? Years ago, there was this woman who won on the pools, like £1 million on the pools, and she went broke within a year because she went.
Yes, but that was that. They made the movie from that called Spend, Spend, Spend.
Yeah,
because literally that's exactly what she did do. But you look at one of the first guys that won the lottery in the UK. They found him a year later dead, heart attack. His food, basically his room, he had a big enormous TV, and it was just rubbish, and it was full of pizza boxes, curry tins, and basically all he did was he just sat there, didn't need to worry about anything, just ordered food in and just sat and watched.
Just ate himself to death.
In a year, he was dead.
What a waste! What a waste! Yeah, I know, what a waste.
But yeah, I mean, so it's a case of you could win. You could win 100 million.
Yeah,
be dead with it. You could go, I've won 100 million.
You could hitch a lift. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, the one thing I will not do. The one thing I would not do with 184 million is buy an island and call it Tracy Island. No way.
Call it Bob Island.
No, we'd buy like a place, and I'd be like Higgins and Magnum PI. I'd have 2 Dobermans.
What I would always want to do, and I know it's pie in the sky because none of my family would agree with me, is I would love to just buy a place and just have the people around me, our family, that wanted to stay. A big estate with just different houses that family could stay on and things like that. But that's none of my family actually want to be that close to me, so it's never going to happen. No, it's okay. Just give me the money.
That is a good strategy.
But then again, I've not that I've actually annoyed my family over the years.
Nah.
But it's just the thing is because you grew up watching things on the TV, the family, the Waltons and all this and all the other programs where the family house is built round and it's just big. I don't know. I just like the idea that your whole family generations are all staying in the same location, and it's very family orientated. But I know nowadays families use look at that. I'm off.
Well, can I just say something, PJ? You'll be spending an hour all saying good night to each other.
It's a little bit. It's probably a bit about the age range we are within. But if I did get this silly amount of money, I would love a house like in Home Alone. 3-story.
Oh, that's like a traditional
family.
sort of. Yeah.
Look at that. 18 months. Wow.
That's sad, isn't it?
I would definitely. I know there was one guy. I saw something about lottery winners, and one guy what he did was he took the money, and his financial advisor says just put it in the bank. The interest you'll get in the bank, just spend that every week. So you could spend £2,000 a week without actually even damage, without even actually taking anything. So apart from his initial purchasing a house, a car, he just left the money in, and he just spent. So he would go to the track and just spend some money in the track because £2,000 a week.
Yeah.
You mean you don't go out? You don't go out for a few days. You've got 4,000 for the next week.
Well, that's really it when it comes down to it. You know, it's not about living above your, suddenly changing your entire lifestyle necessarily. It's about, just being happy and finding a place that you can be happy in and enjoy, and just have that sense of security and that.
I don't think a windfall, like you went from you're paying your mortgage, your bills and everything, you're on top of everything, you have excellent credit rating and everything. Bam! Suddenly, here's £184 million.
You go.
What are we going to do with this money?
Yeah. The first thing to do is get advice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and stay under the radar.
But that's exactly it. Well, I would watch Stay Under the Radar because I don't want people just walking up and going, "I've got no money, please," and then you suddenly feel it's the guilt.
Well, it destroys families, friendships. It's a dangerous thing. It's a very double-edged sword. But saying that, you just, I think you see something in the paper sometimes. It'll say, someone in certain area has won it, and it's just up to them to try to keep that poker face so their entire, neighborhood doesn't find out. And family, until they're ready.
The thing is, you would want to do, I think, if you were. Do you know the thing that always got me is the ones that say, "I would still continue to work." Really? What defects the point? If you want to do something so you're around people, volunteering for something, but you're actually in a job, earning a salary, you don't need to, and somebody else could have
else could have the job.
That is a good thing. I would continue to work, but not salaried. So I would help
if I wanted to do that.
Because I could afford it. I could afford to help a charity, and to be perfectly honest, £184 million. Yes, a nice house. Most of the stuff that you can buy on big cheap studios. and other collectible
What do you mean
sites.
most? I don't think there'd be something I would turn and go, nah, I'll leave that.
You get the gist, but the rest would be partially investment to make sure that I can never ever go broke again.
Yes.
And then the rest.
I like that idea.
Charity.
Buy a steak without having to circle a date in the calendar. Yes. Tomahawk steak.
Oh, tomahawk steaks. Oh, I can't eat them anymore. I'm getting too old.
Yeah.
So I know I call
we've all
myself
spent it. We
Jim
know
the
even won it.
Viking. I know I call myself Jim the Viking, but I cannot eat a 67 ounces
Hi, Sadako.
tomahawk steak.
Hey, Sadako.
Hello.
I could. No, we had us. We were down in because I was down for work. It was to meet the other members of the team, so we went out for a steak night, and I had a nice big sirloin when I fell. It's one of the guys. Two of the guys shared one, and it was this. I can't even remember what it was called. That's the worst part of it because I see try to look for it because it looks so nice. Chardon something or other. Because every time I thought about it, I thought that sounds like champagne, but it's actually the side of the steak, and it's for sharing, and it looks so tender. That looked amazing. So that was only because the work took us out. We could afford to do that. Certainly wouldn't have been sitting there going, "Yeah, I'll have this, and I'll have the burger, please."
Yeah. We'd set up a huge. I definitely would have to have like a huge animal sanctuary. And just hire people in, to look after the animals and run it and help them, help them do that. That would be amazing.
I like that one. The mother of all PCs. Spot on.
Yeah, it'd be like.
And although I'm an IT manager and support, I would actually employ support for myself. My computer's broke. Can't fix it. Bugger that. Having to do it myself anymore.
No, I definitely make sure that there is enough to put around because I grew up on a nice estate. My father managed to get contact with a really wealthy man. He just bought a nice estate. For me, 9-year-old me, that meant I had to have one of those push lawnmower.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I remember.
And our front lawn was about 2 football fields in size. And it had to be cut 3 times a week.
Well, that'll keep you in shape.
Yeah.
Well, it did.
What shape? I don't know, but it will certainly keep you in that shape.
But yeah, it was. I was definitely kept in shape, but it was like I can't meet friends. I barely had enough time to do my homework, everything like that.
I'm surprised you didn't have to sleep in the field because you'd get to one end and the other end would be grown up to your knees by then.
Yeah, Carol, I couldn't do that because my 3 are actually over 30. So my 3 kids are over 30. Yeah, I'm that old.
I think I get what you mean, PJ, about like wanting your own objective, like wanting your own support team. Because I think when you're stressing about your own computer, you need a cool, dispassionate tech team to fix it.
Yes,
that's very true.
You need somebody to step back and say, "We'll get this done. We'll do that." It's not a case of I've lost all my work. I can't get online, and
when
I'm
it's your own stuff. It's a different story. Yeah.
But see, I worked in technically, I started playing with computer in '87, computers, and by '91, I was actually cycling around the local industrial estate because they needed BBSs set up and like customer orders and invoices and all that sort of. I'm just going to say, I know how to deal with this stuff. I was cycling around with the yellow pages and a BMX, and they just went, "Oh, we can't really pay you, but we could buy you the latest high tech computer stuff."
Yeah.
Oh, yes, please.
That's what I had that offer a couple of times. I worked in the universities, and they didn't pay overtime. But if I came in and did certain work, they would purchase things for me to upgrade my computer.
Wow.
So Yeah, I used to get a computer upgrade all the time because I couldn't get overtime. I was okay with that.
Yeah, that sounds really good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If anybody's wondering what that noise is, it's me still eating my chips. Chips and curry sauce. I can't put them down. That's why I
We
turned
had
the camera off
chips.
so you can't see me stuffing my face
Yeah, we had
and
chips
then
tonight as
wiping my
well.
beard. So what's like about a beard that basically it's messy bugger?
It depends on the meal. It depends on the meal.
Yeah.
Oh, see, look, Carol's saying she always buys tuna fish when they're on sale. I remember years and years ago, this is when my kids were really young. Me and my ex were in very, very low paying jobs. I was in a low paying job. She wasn't working. She was looking after the kids. And her sister was a professor and married to a professor. So when they were talking about, oh yes, when we are skint, we would have to just buy steak mince. And we're sitting there thinking, when we're flush, we buy steak mince. So what we're buying when we've got money to throw away, they're buying when they're skint. And that's when I says, we're a wee bit different. It's just the fact is, when we're skint, it's a case of toast. If we're lucky, we have a bit of cheese on it, but mostly toast or beans and toast or something like that.
Beans on
When they were
toast. Yeah.
skint, they were getting the things that if we came into a wee bit of money for the week, we would buy steak mince.
Mm,
And they
yeah.
buy that when they're skint, and I'm sitting there thinking, shows the difference.
Yeah.
So something I did when I was at uni, when I literally had to like turn the pennies over, I could make massive meals on noodles and just tuna. So noodles and tuna, and if I felt a little bit rich, I could have these massive bags of frozen peas and frozen corn and everything.
Yes.
Just to add veg in. But that was literally it. That was dinner.
See, when you're talking about noodles, see Coca noodles, 20 pence a pack, or 22 pence a pack. So that's what, 30 cents or something like that. I still eat them now. I actually love them. See, when you get the more expensive noodles, I don't like them as much. I like the cheap noodles for some reason.
Yeah,
They're
the cheap,
so cheap. You
the
buy
cheap
5
noodles
packets
really
for
work.
£1, and then that's well, the way I eat it is 2.5 meals because I have 2 packs because I love them. But it's a case of I would rather go for the cheap stuff rather than the more expensive stuff. The expensive stuff, you take it and you go, nah, it's not quite the same. I want the one that's solid at the boiling water, softens. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, yeah, I'm good. I'm good with that.
Yeah,
it's amazing how
I
you
had
change.
one of my student meals 2 days ago, and now I'm not flush, but I'm definitely I can go out and buy a sirloin steak and prime cut potato chips and all that stuff, but I'm just going to say I've lived on this meal for better part of 25 years.
I'm starting to get hungry and I'm in the middle of eating. Marmite and toast, you either love it or hate it.
Yeah, indeed.
Oh,
slow cooker stuff.
I love slow cooker. We use a slow cooker near enough every day for a load of stuff. My wife, the slow cooker is super, absolutely amazing.
Campfire stew, you can never go wrong with that.
Carol, you're right. It is less healthy, but way tastier. Because my dad had a habit. My dad was one no salt. He wouldn't even actually, if you're boiling potatoes, put salt in the water. His attitude was no salt.
Because
yeah, salt's bad for you. So as soon as he heard that, he went none, and he wouldn't put it in anything. And see, any time I was over and he was cooking, this is rubbish, Dad. No taste.
Need a little bit.
So something I discovered when you say about potato,
I know, and me,
is it's been a couple of years now. It's probably 7, maybe 10 years. I've discovered something called sous vide, which is basically you're putting the food in a plastic bag so the water doesn't take away taste from it, but you cook it in the plastic bag. You can do it.
The boil in the bag things you get nowadays.
Yes. But mashed potatoes, if you do it this way, so the water never touched the potatoes, and you cook it this way until it's ready to mash, holy crap, the potato flavor is like, it's going from like, oh, this is good, to, it's like, don't beat me up, Scotty.
See, the thing is, that was my culinary things when the kids were growing up. I would take 3 pounds of potatoes and peel the whole bag, and a third of them were made into chips. From the 2/3 left, a third of them would be boiled, then roasted to make roast potatoes, and then from what was left, once it was cooked, I would half them. I would mash them all. Then I would half them, and one half got a block of cheese in it. So you had cheesy potatoes, mashed potatoes with margarine or butter, depends what you like, roast potatoes and chips, and that would be what my kids loved that. All stodge.
That's lovely. Garlic mashed
you would class
potatoes.
me as healthy, a healthy cook.
Oh my god, we better stop talking about food. I'm going to go out in the kitchen, raid the kitchen in a minute.
Well, I'm eating and I'm hungry.
I'll talk about my book collection. I've got a book by Charles Lamb, Herman Wouk, Sir Francis Bacon, Eric van Lustberger.
Aye, van. It's a chip van. As long as there's no movies by Kevin Bacon, we should be okay. But I'm going to finish this, and I'm starting to get hungry again. What have I got to eat? Oh, I've got chips. I've got crisps.
I've been given an offer to contribute to a new Doctor Who anthology of reviews. Basically, it's a book where I've been given the green light to submit an essay for an anthology of Doctor Who reviews.
Fantastic. That's
Superb.
brilliant.
I remember when I was at uni, my essay or my speech was on Doctor Who baddies. Why the Master was more evil than the Daleks. That was what it was all about. And do you know why he was more evil than the Daleks?
Choice.
Because he was human.
Thank you.
Because you see the evil in yourself.
Yeah.
That was my whole take on it. But yes, so I'm actually, that was lovely. I've just finished my stuff, so I can put my camera back on now. I'm actually
wow. That's hardcore.
Well, the essay I'm going to write is more on Trial of a Time Lord, and mainly it's about how it could have ended better. You know, how it could have been resolved better, and how maybe, because I thought, well, how about this for an exercise? How about we suggest other witnesses that the Master could have sent to speak in the Doctor's defense?
Yes.
Mm.
Adric.
Dead.
Catherine. I bet the Time Lords could have brought them back just before, sent them back in just to die anyway. You know what I mean? They could have brought Catherine. She was one of the first. She was the first companion to die.
Katrina, yeah.
Katrina.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You know,
they could have brought those ones back. What was the one? There's been so many that something happened that a Time Lord could have resolved, but it happened because you're not allowed to change it until now, when you're allowed to change it.
You know, I first saw when I first saw Katarina's I've got the Daleks the Early Years video on when I was in 1993. Like, I got that as a double pack with a 2-for-1 offer with Day of the Daleks, and I remember watching that because it has the clip where Katarina's about to die in the airlock, and I remember like being really, really upset for the rest of the day because it was just
Do you know when it really upset me? Do you know when it really upset me? Remember the one with the Master? He would hit the people with something, and it didn't so much made them simple, but it took their evil out. So they were so. It made them seem more simple, but it was a case of they were more innocent. And I remember watching the episode, and the guy got knocked down by a car.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there, that broke my heart. It's because someone so innocent went, and it was because the master he hit him with it, and the guy was just so. Don't worry, everything's going to be fine. It's not as bad as it seems. And then somebody, the master or one of these things, drove over him in a car. That really got me. And Grand Moff gets surprised there. Sadako, she recognised it was from Red Dwarf. Hence the reason why we did it. See?
Well spotted, Miranda.
Nice one.
But yeah, sometimes there's certain things within that you could have brought certain companions back or certain people from the stories back to condemn the Doctor and what he didn't do for the trial of the Time Lord, and that would have been good.
That's really
some of the older
interesting.
characters back.
Yeah.
The master actually bringing select ones back because he knows, even if the Doctor didn't know, he knows that the Doctor could have done something.
I think Grand Miranda's got a spot on there. It's like it's the factor of choice that makes the Daleks. Well, it's the factor of choice that makes the Master more evil than the Daleks, because the Daleks don't really have a choice. They're all kind of.
But it's to do with people's perception. When people look at the Daleks, even knowing what they are, they think evil. But when they look at the Master, knowing what he is, they think, oh, evil. And it's because people see, they transpose the stuff. Because it's a Dalek is a Dalek. It's just basically it's basically, if you don't know it, you don't perceive evil into it. It's a machine. However, if you see a humanoid, you perceive what you could see as evil. And it's because things that look more human, you realize can be as very evil. It's one of those juxtapositions. It's like, for instance, we all see the evil in humanity, but we also see the good in humanity. So if you've got a Dalek that is doing good, people will. But if you see the Master and he's suddenly doing good, people will see the good in him. They'll not even bother about the evil part of it because they see the good. Like you've got what's the one? The Dalek Empire. Range of books, and it's all about how it starts off. I've only read parts of it, so I have, and it starts off about how, well, we're part of the Dalek Empire, we do this, and it's all the humans talking about how the Daleks are protecting them and stuff like that. Whereas we're sitting there thinking, waiting for it to happen. Would you like a cup of tea? You know what I mean? It's you perceive it a particular way. Whereas if the Master's in that position, you're sitting there thinking, he's an evil, but when's it going to happen? It's a juxtaposition because you know the two of them are evil, but when the Master's there, it doesn't matter how nice he is, whatever, you see the evil in him. Whereas the Daleks, she is thinking, I wonder how they're going to bring that down.
The Daleks are predictable.
Yes, they are.
Yeah,
but it's how you perceive them as well, because you see the character and you automatically know this is going to turn out bad. Whereas the Daleks, you're thinking, how are they going? What are they doing to mess around with it? So
I mean,
that was my whole dissertation part of it, and it was quite fun to do.
I think in the Dalek Empire audios, there is this subplot where the Daleks had tried to raid this this powerful library that the Time Lords had helped curate. And once they got in there, they learned all kinds of knowledge about human nature, human psychology. And so for the majority of their series, they're not just your typical Daleks. They know how to manipulate people differently. They know how to and like there's this brilliant scene where there's this that's the one, the genocide machine. There's this brilliant scene where one of the slaves who's planning a rebellion is having a conversation with the Emperor, and like she really gets a sense that the Emperor knows she's planning a rebellion, and the Emperor's like, well, empires will rise and fall, do it, do your rebellion, I don't care, kind of thing.
Carol's got a point. Look, the Master is terrified because we recognise them and us. right?
Yeah.
Where it's not a machine monster or other. And then Grand Moff is basically the Daleks are lawful evil and the Master is chaotic evil.
Yeah.
We've played those
that's
set of
good as
characters
well.
in the past as well.
Can I just throw this out to the chat and everyone in the room? Who was the most evilest master ever?
The Gado.
Delgado.
Peter Pratt, the one in The Deadly Assassin.
Yes,
You're right. Yeah,
see,
yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
because of the disfigurement, I
Forgot about him.
See, because of the disfigurement, I don't, because he looked like a monster, so it didn't seem as evil when he, you know what I mean? It was a perception. I think it's the perception again when we're looking at them. Who do we remember? And it's Delgado because it just looks so calm and so normal. That was my perception. Because I remember, I know when you're talking about, because I've got two of them sitting here. So I have, here's my master. The two, where the hell are they? I've got about four, they're there. I've got three of them, or two of them sitting at the back. One's Delgado and the one's the Peter
Pratt.
And I've got both of them. But I always see Delgado as the most evil of them. Mm-hmm. Because he doesn't look like a monster.
Yeah.
And I think that's where it goes for me.
That's a very good point. I do agree with Sadako on this one. I think, thinking about it now, I think the most overtly evil, because he was at his darkest and angriest and ugliest, and not in a physical sense, but ugly in a sort of moral sense, and and in his actions, he was a real fiend. In The Deadly Assassin, when they.
Well, I think you're right there. He definitely was, but I think the perception, and I think if you ask, I'm just saying that if you ask a majority of people who have watched both, I think a lot of them would say, and it's because Delgado just seemed to be so in control, so thought through, and he just looked as if so calm. You could walk past him in a street, and I think that's the fear, the evil fearness. And as Garen Moff says, if he's truly insane, could he be truly out of control of what he's doing?
Or is he insane, really? He's just highly, highly, highly intelligent.
The John Sims Master is truly insane. But I don't even think he's interesting. Whereas the Delgado Master is so in control. That is menacing. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the difference between the two. One is menacing because he's so in control, and the other one is, something. No matter what's going to happen, he's just going to do whatever. So there's the fear is a different fear. If you were in the room with both of them, what one would you more scared of? The one who could just turn around and kill you like that a whim, or the one who's sitting there thinking, "How he's going to kill you?" I know what one I would be scared of.
But you can't really beat Roger Delgado for being the one that sort of takes you out, isn't it? You know?
Yeah.
You just have to love him.
I've always liked Delgado because it's true what they said. He's like Moriarty in a way. That's how they portray him.
Yes, yeah.
But every time he was on screen, he just had this presence.
Yeah.
See, I think that's right. He has got a presence. He basically grabs. It's like watching Star Wars. Alec Guinness. As soon as he come on the screen, he just grabs your attention. You watch an old classic monster movie when Bela Lugosi came on, although it was a campy Dracula later by modern standards, he still grabbed your attention. It was that type of thing. When you've got an actor who can grab your attention just by walking on the screen,
yeah,
I think it's a big difference. John Sims, I don't think he's got the personality to grab your attention. Hence the reason why the nutcase thing, and he's so hyper and all that. He had to do something to grab your attention.
That's why I would have rather it been Derek Jacobi all the way through. Like they had that with Jacobi, and then Russell decided to throw that away, which is just.
Oh, how interesting! Yeah, except Jacobi is obviously he's royalty, isn't he? He was.
I've got 2 of the watches, and I dislike the watch for what it did. I would have rather had the master just going under the radar, pretending to have that, rather than have his mind taken off. Or same as the Doctor doing that from the Family of Blood. I think it's because it was a MacGuffin.
Well, see, here's what No, but I like the idea that Professor Yana was almost like the master without all the evil. This is like his intelligence put to a good purpose, and it's almost like you could almost see why the Doctor might have been the master's friend at one point.
Yeah.
I thought that. I mean, like I don't praise Russell with much, but I would praise that, and I do feel that should have been drawn on more. Like I feel like there's that whole thing about the Doctor kind of. Later, like he could have said, well, the reason why I want to save the masses, I feel like the future humanity needs Professor Yana back.
Yeah, but see, the thing is that I think the reason I didn't really like it as much is I would have preferred Jacobi's master to be doing things that were very masterish, even though he didn't have the master. Time Lord Master inside him. Yeah. He was the human version of the Master. But you look at his assistant who followed him and all that, and she was betrayed later on when he started turning. I think if it was one of those ones, he was still as evil as the Master. It's just the Time Lord part had been taken out of him. It would have been more, and I didn't see him as that. I thought it was a case of it was just a stopgap, a holding place. And it didn't have the same masterish attitude around him. I think I would have preferred him to be as evil as a master. He just didn't have the technology behind him, but he was still manipulative, cruel. That's the way I saw it. But then again, remember, I've only ever seen these things once. I've not watched any of them to get any of the nuance, so you'll have to forgive me with the new stuff.
I've got to say, it's a shame Roger Delgado passed away, because I would have loved to see that last episode of, which was replaced with Planet of the Spiders.
Yeah.
I would have loved to see that episode.
And Kelly and Carol and Grand Moff, I quite agree. There's certain, John Sims' master I thought was just too much, too overbearing with the way he acted as the master.
I think even Sim himself said he didn't like how he was told to play it, and he, like in each subsequent appearance, he said he wanted to try and get it back closer to how it was meant to be. Now, I've not seen the World Enough of Time finale, but
Eric Roberts.
Now I've not seen like the final the World Enough of Time where he's teams up with Missy, but apparently I'm told that was where he finally got to be almost Delgado-ish.
Yes,
I never liked Missy. I never liked Missy as the master, because unless she's the master, she's not Missy. Because I don't care if you can't call me the master being rubbish. The master is their name. That's like saying my name is George. I become female. My name would still be George. It might be.
It was a bit odd, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a bit
basically silly. That's the part I didn't like. The Doctor being female would still be the Doctor. The Chancellor or whatever, or Rassilon would still be Rassilon, but the Master, change the name. No, it does not work.
I just thought it
should have either still been the Master, or more to the point, should have been the Rani.
Yeah.
Oh, Michelle Gomez. I mean,
Michelle Gomez is absolutely amazing.
She sold it, even though it went against. It was already the start of that sort of gender switching thing. The fact that did work, so well is because of Michelle Gomez, because she's just such an outstanding actor. She's brilliant, and she is proper.
Michelle Gomez, I love as an actress, and I love her comedy stuff as well. However,
she's brilliant.
It was just a shame
but it was a shame,
Yes, the Missy. You can't call me master on it. Oh God.
Yeah.
Missy would have been good, and if she turns around and says, "You actually know me as the Rani," yes, you can understand. She's used Missy
That would be cool.
just to hide who she is, because she wouldn't want the Doctor to hear people using the word Rani or that type of thing. So she's used Missy as just a misnomer.
It also would have been a great way of tying in, the original series with the new as well. It would have been a great sort of tie-in instead of always falling back on, the Master, or it would have been a great way of reintroducing that character.
Yeah,
that's exactly. Sim is a popcorn baddie. This is what baddies act like. Remember the Joker? So you have to act like him in this franchise. It's that type of thing.
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
And I wish the Rani had come back. It's just a shame.
You had the perfect actor to play it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love Michelle Gomez. She's amazing.
She is. She's just such a. She is compelling to watch. Even when she was the Master, I didn't like the fact that she was a Master, but she was very compelling. You could not deny the wee silly bits she would do and stuff like that. You're sitting there thinking, "Oh, creepy as hell."
I enjoyed it because of her. I enjoyed that bit, because of her, because she was just so good. And of course, Peter Capaldi, who's marvelous. But her portrayal and her intensity on screen and her sense of humor and her timing and everything is just so good.
Yeah,
she sold it.
Kelly, I understand where it's come from, but remember, the Doctor Who was within the new range. That was never from the classic stuff. That was only just leading up to that, because we have to ask that question. Doctor Who, if you know your name and the Marriage a River song and all that, that was never mentioned. The old stuff. That was new stuff, and that was, to me, because I don't watch anything. The only reason I watch the Paul McGann one is because Sylvester McCoy was in it. I don't really. It's not my. I can watch it. It's okay. It's more hilarious because of Eric Roberts.
He's like something out of Flash Gordon, isn't he?
Yes, exactly. And I think he was channeling Ming.
Here we go.
But the thing is, it's the fact that that's the new stuff. So the fact that they changed, because all the previous ones, it was never mentioned about the name changes or anything like that. It's only been new stuff. So the fact that they introduced that in the newer stuff to allow that to be done, and I think that's the part I was not keen on. So I can understand where it came from, but I still don't think, because it was all to do with the names, remember? So you had Rassilon, you had even the ones that had a job title, like the Chancellor, they were always referred to as the Chancellor. Even when Tom Baker became the Chancellor, the other ones were still referenced as the Chancellor, because that was their name. It was silly at the time, because why give them a job title as their name? I could see where it comes from, but I think they actually introduced the part about that's not their names from that. And that's the same reason why I didn't like the War Doctor. John Hurt, loved John Hurt and most things he did, but I didn't like the idea of the War Doctor. Either they bring Paul McGann back, or they just skip over it and don't introduce another Doctor in the middle.
Yeah, I was in the middle of a fan fiction. I was writing about how I saw the Time War happening, and McGann was in it. It involved a lot of the Big Finish continuity, and then John Hurt happened. And the thing is, up until that point, I'd written it as just taken for granted that if McGann is told, look, the Daleks are going to invade Gallifrey, we've got to fight to defend it, then he wouldn't refuse. But if obviously Moffat changed that, he said, well, that doesn't make sense. The Doctor doesn't do war. And so then that, you know, I don't know. I mean, I did actually watch Day of the Doctor the other day. And actually I was only like, I was going to do it for what Noel was doing a watch along of Day of the Doctor, and I was ready to watch it, and my DVD broke. My DVD froze, kind of thing. And
Oh no.
Yeah.
And I thought it was ruined forever. And then I I thought I'd have to get a replacement disc. And then the other night I dug it out and I realized there was only a bit of a smudge of jam on it. And when I wiped that off, it played fine. And I just
that's what you get for eating actually sandwiches over your DVDs.
But that's the thing. I just wanted to see if a certain scene played because I wanted to kind of watch the scene where the painting comes alive, of Gallifrey Falls.
I
wanted to watch
Gallifrey Falls no more. Yes.
Yeah.
See what
But
Kelly's saying, the classics about the naming. What was your guys' impression of the naming within the classic series?
I didn't really think about it much.
See, I always thought that when a Time Lord graduated or became an adult, they chose their name and that was it. So what they were called prior to by as a child, it's like a lot of cultures nowadays. People when they become an adult, they choose their given name. There's certain cultures around the world that still that type of thing happens when they become a man or become a woman. They choose their name, and that's what they are. Doesn't matter what they were called before. They've done it in sci-fi in the past. When you become an adult, you choose your name, and that's the way I looked at it. When he became a Time Lord, he became the Doctor, and that was it. Everything he was called when he was a kid growing up was forgotten. Did not refer back to that person.
I just assumed
that's the way I understood it.
I just assumed he was called the Doctor because he was a man of science. That's always how I took
Mm-hmm.
it.
I always thought the fact is he chose the name. It was the name he chose. The Master chose his name. That type of thing. So a lot of them chose their name. Some of them might have chosen their name because of the field they were in. Mm-hmm. But it's the name they chose. So you had the Doctor, the Master, Rassilon. It's basically the name they chose that signified them. Mm-hmm. So you didn't have John Smith 1, John Smith the Junior, John Smith the Third. It was just basically each of them chose a name to refer to. So you would never have another Doctor. You would never have another Master. You would never have another Rassilon. You would never have another Omega. That type of thing. They chose their name, and that was it.
Yeah.
It's the same as Judge Dredd. Each judge. So you've got two Judge Dredds. You've got Rico and Dredd. Joe Dredd and Rico Dredd. But when the both of them became judges, you had Judge Dredd and Judge Rico because the badge could only have a name on it. And they were never allowed to have two judges with the same name. So you would never have two Judge Giants. You would never have two Judge Dredds. They would have to be known as something else for their badge. To me, that was a similar idea for the Doctor or a Time Lord. But I'm quite happy if anybody wants to correct me. I'm okay with that because you know your Doctor Who lore a hell of a lot better than me. I'm just I'm an old guy.
The thing is, the old credits, they always listed him as Doctor Who, as though that was his actual name.
Yep, Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Tom Baker basically was a case of he always referred to himself as Doctor Who. So when people later on says it's not Doctor Who, it's the Doctor. No, that's basically a misnomer because you can refer to him as the Doctor or Doctor Who because he's known as both.
There are some of the Malcolm Hooke's novelizations which refer to him as Doctor Who, like at random, like it's in there. Like suddenly you'll mention Doctor Who, and it's like, oh my god, they're actually naming him as Doctor Who.
Yeah. Could be worse. I've got one. It's called Doctor What.
Mm-hmm.
And there actually was a book called Doctor What, and there was 5 Doctors. There was Doctor Who, Doctor What, Doctor Where, Doctor Why, and Doctor How. And basically they had that as the characters, and it was not a very good book series.
No, the thing is, when I did start because I was only going to watch that sequence from Day of the Doctor, and I did actually kind of stick with it. I found actually, you know what, I'm actually kind of hooked. It was very good at getting you to stick with it, I feel.
Yeah. Definitely.
I know, you can't say that about the stuff now, can you?
No. Yeah. We made disaster area hungry.
See, I'm okay. Look, I'm okay. I've got snacks.
I know. I've got some tortilla crisps, but I don't want to eat them on camera because I'll be just crunching away. What are you building, Alex? Because you put a photo up.
Hey, Alex, tell you what, shows you
would love to see what you're building. I'm sure.
Okay, all right. I got this yesterday because I came in budget on the shopping.
Right, hold on.
Looks like a Lego.
Put it like that and put you there.
Lego
cool.
Speed Champions.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Let's just say it's a warm up to when I get the DeLorean in a way.
You're going to be practicing.
Which I still
you're going to be practicing.
Yeah. I can't still get hold of it. I've got an email the other day saying it's back in stock, and then 2 hours later, no, sorry, we're out of stock again. What?
Oh, God.
I was down at the shop and I was showing them the pictures that I picked up. Basically,
there
was. I need to
Take care, MC.
Take care, MC.
Take care, MC.
See you later. Right, okay, I'll see if I can find these two. I saw these two when I was in the shop. Now try to remember where they are. I've got pictures of them both. They're there. Saw these two when I was in the shop. Look. So it's a Playmobil DeLorean.
Oh, cool.
Right, and the other one I saw was the A-Team.
Oh
no!
I want that.
And Hannibal,
and the van basically is £60 for the set.
That's cool.
That's stuff, and it was they had
damn plane.
They had it already set up and in a case. Next to it was James Bond. So you had Bond, M, Q, and Oddjob, believe it or not. I'm sure it was Oddjob. The figure had fallen over and I just saw the feet in a hat. That was it. So I just assumed Oddjob. But they had the James Bond one as well set up, but it wasn't as keen as that one. But that one there, look at the van.
That A-Team van is cool. Yeah,
I bet Murdoch's looking over at Oddjob on the other side, like, you crazy than that Murdoch fool.
Can I just mention one thing? Can I just mention one thing about that Hannibal figure? It's not really Hannibal because it's missing the cigar.
Yes, he needs the cigar.
Yeah, I know, and they're not allowed to use them.
Oh God, yeah.
They're not allowed to. They can't.
Yeah.
So any like the what was the other one that they did? They actually had, and they changed it, and it was because it needed a cigar or something like that, and they says we don't do it. So it was holding nothing. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was a while back. Somebody had said that's the character because there's no cigar. It's the same as like they would have cowboys initially. Now they'll no do cowboys and stuff like that because they don't want to put guns.
Well, if you want Hannibal from A-Team, it has to be the cigar, and it has to be I love it when a plan
comes together. Yeah. I just love the opening credits to the A-Team. I used to love it because I grew up watching the original Battlestar Galactica with the Cylons, and then you see Dirk Benedict stood on the corner, and he goes like, "Don't I know you?" You know.
I love that. I love that. The fact that they actually played into that. They had maybe they went, and I thought,
I just love that. It was very sort of clever.
But this is where the writers and directors, the entire team, because there's hundreds of them that have to come together, and they put that tiny little Easter egg in for us. We saw the original, we love them, and everything it is. That tiny little nudge, we can forgive 100 faults.
Yes.
that they do with the
It
rest.
showed that they're doing it for the fans. Yeah, exactly.
At least cheesesteak for lunch. Oh.
I haven't had one of those in ages.
No, I've not had
Oh,
one
Philly
since it was in the
cheesesteaks.
States.
Yes. Very, very thinly.
Yeah. I was a wee bit squiffy last night. I was actually on the Baileys and the beers. So I was a bit
Baileys and
squiffy
beer.
last night.
Baileys and beer.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
That's an interesting I don't know.
Yes.
I'm actually cooling down at the moment, and I should probably slow down a bit, but I'm on cider at the moment because I had an amazing barbecue with jalapenos hot dogs.
Oh, nice.
Very
Chili
nice.
Nice.
They were not too hot, but I'm still feeling the burn. So
Yeah,
it is
yeah.
there. It wasn't like you started to cry, you didn't start melt, but it was like there is a lot
Oh,
of
yeah.
heat.
Yeah, they'll stay with you for a bit. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm
Yeah, that does sound
basically
good.
having the ice cold cider at the moment just to
Yeah,
bring it down a
just
bit.
to reduce the temperature.
Yes.
Break up that acid
Yes.
from the
Yeah,
from
so
them as well.
if
And
I'm as red as
let-
my T-shirt, then you know why.
I love it when a plan comes together.
That's it.
Are you gonna have to make me drag out my cigar? I've been saving. It's literally been stored and saved for this New Year's, and I know that there is a cigar coming from you, PJ, because, well, again, congratulations, grandfather.
Oh, congratulations. Congratulations, Grandad.
Yep. A happy grander.
We'll have to do like a YouTube short or something, just having a quick chat. Quick congrats.
Yeah. Oh my God, Ford bashed it to bits. I can see him doing that. I could definitely see him doing that.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah.
I'd have strangled him if I put all that together and he did that.
Yeah.
Oh my
Because
God.
he hated his Han Solo character. Never liked it. So anybody actually he didn't. He would rather talk about any of his
He
other
just
characters.
exactly. He doesn't give. He doesn't give a damn, and he's great. He just doesn't care.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I've never seen that clip though where he smashed. I don't even think I could watch that clip of him smashing up a Millennium Falcon because I'd cry. I want that. We both want that that Lego Millennium Falcon, definitely.
Oh
my God.
The first one I've seen. There are a few more Lego came up with.
Yeah, there was one over. It was like over £100, wasn't it? It was like 114.
Yeah. Can I just share it for a minute?
Right. See, where we went at. Kelly and Grand Moff are talking about pipes. I've never smoked a pipe. I like the smell of a pipe, but that was my cigar of choice. That was my cigar of choice. It's basically a Balmoral. That was my cigar of choice. I used to smoke them every so often. I've got one left, and then obviously I had some King Edwards. They went out. So, but yeah, cigar, pipe, my granda smoked it once, and that was the only time I've ever smelt a pipe, and it smelled delicious.
Yeah, I love the smell of a pipe. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah,
I did pipe smoking for an LRPG, so live action role playing game. So dressing up, the whole kit and caboodle, camping out in the forest, being a soldier. Well, I was a sergeant, but all of that, and because I needed to look wise, and now we're talking 1990s, so not 2022 looking wise, because all you need in 2022 to look wise is you have a little bit of scruff on your chin. That's a requirement. So I had to have a pipe, and I thought,
very intelligent then.
Exactly. But I do remember that the tobacco I got had cherry wood chippings within it, and by
I bet
God,
that was lovely.
It was delicious. It was like
Sounds
a soda can, or like you know, you're a kid. You have like an ice lolly.
Oh my God.
That's really good, Alex.
Oh my God. I need that. Yeah, we definitely need
You
that.
put it on the floor, take a run up and go, kick.
Oh my God. Yeah, that is beautiful. That is beautiful.
That does look nice, but it does look nice.
I'd have to argue that C-3PO and Luke are looking a little bit too small for the size of the speeder.
They are incredibly small for that, exactly, because everybody knows, he'd be...
It's basically like a car rather than a spaceship.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But even so,
that's a rocket.
That actually looks really cool.
That is cool, yeah.
It does, but that's basically a rocket. That's not a land speeder.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not the land speeder that we know it.
I think Lego models getting too realistic these days. That's the thing.
Oh well, yeah. What? I can't say anything because it's hey
mate.
Because I do have toys, and toys incoming, and toys that my wallet will not like, but I definitely have them incoming, and it's like, yes, please.
Yeah. So do you want to actually do do you want to do an early one of where is it?
Pick of the week.
Yes, let's do it.
Who wants to go? Well, we've seen Alex. We've seen Alex. So, Jim, hold on. We'll do the big screens. We'll do the big screen. All right. So we'll put you there. Right there. You go.
You're starting with me.
Yes, we're starting with you because you basically brought out this and like that. You chose.
You cheeky bugger. Okay. I did hit the charity shops, although I said because I did get myself other toys or friends. But I did hit the charity shop, and boy, did I strike gold. Let's begin with this one.
Oh, nice.
I preferred that to the second one. I didn't like the second one, but Hellboy was great.
Hellboy was awesome. Yeah,
I'm gonna.
The Golden Army. I wasn't as keen on that one.
I don't think I've seen.
I don't know what it was.
It ended in a bit of a cop out for me. That one.
I think maybe that's what it was. The story just seemed to go nowhere.
Holy
I've not seen that one. I've not seen the new one.
I have not seen the new one. So this is not Ron Perlman. This is
no, that's the new one. And I've not seen it. I've not even heard any reviews of it or anything.
I've seen it, and all I can say it's not that good. That's all I can say.
Well, I don't mind because it's a fancy box, so extra.
I think.
Ooh, look at that
one.
Aliens received 2 discs, 25th anniversary of the 5 Doctors.
I heard about that. Yes, nice one.
I've not seen that one.
Very nice.
Wow.
Well, what I was going to say about that Hellboy film with David Harbour, I think they were trying to go down the Deadpool route with it.
Yeah, but I think it's the same idea. They think anything like that needs to actually have their protagonist being a quirky and making jokes and stuff like that. And that. So all your programs are the same once you all start doing that. And the Hellboy franchise had a particular look and feel to it, and they should have stuck that way. Even the second one, which I wasn't as keen on, still had the same feeling.
We had Guillermo del Toro, and then there was another director involved, so it's not the same style. And
it's not, but no, it had a similar feel look to it. That's what I was meaning. So the Hellboy 2, although I didn't like it as much, there was bits of thingy. It still felt within the same franchise. Whereas once they start actually changing the character, it doesn't matter if it's a continuation years down the line. It just feels like a completely different franchise.
Yep.
Because they've actually taken what was the character and changing it just to make him a quirky guy.
Right. What else have you got, Jim?
Well, these two I've saved because they're still in the cellophane. It's still wrapped, never opened.
Really?
Nice.
Oh, nice. Nice.
As you can
Totally sealed. That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's still sealed.
So in really nice condition. That's fantastic.
Yep, definitely.
I love Goodfellas. That's one of my absolute favorite films.
From as far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
Yeah.
But
Ray Liotta.
And after revealing this one, I will save the big reveal after everybody else has gone through theirs.
Yes.
This one is also in the cellophane. And I think there will be a little bit of, shall we say, the green Jolly Giant coming up when I show you this, because this is in cellophane.
Oh, completely
like
unopened. That's fab.
Remember
the good, the bad,
nice collection.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the Gunfighter, I think, is the only one of those three I've not got.
That is a cracking set.
It is.
Really nice.
Who's in the Gunfighter? Jim, who's in the Gunfighter?
Sorry, too bad lighting here. Gunfighter.
You want to borrow my glasses? Because I wouldn't be able to read that.
I need a Hubble telescope to see this crap.
Yeah. I need longer arms. Put my glasses on and go.
Hey, Joe, I'll send you a private message in the private chat.
Helen Westcott is the name I'm checking out. The rest of my eyesight is too bad to pick out it. But yeah, it's still in the cellophane. So
That's fab.
I must admit, though, I am a bit wary of, when you got really thin cases for the DVD, because usually whenever I've had one for them, they're really thin, and usually usually when I get those kind of sets, the disc tends to go faulty within like a year. That's much better.
Yeah, so I'm trying to compare. So these are three thin cases, and this says the Godfellas, that's a normal case.
Yeah, because I got I've had Deep Space Nine in those cases, and I've had we did watch some Robotech at a friend's house, and he had cases like that, and in all the cases, like they froze a lot. They just not good.
Robotech. Oh, I used to love that.
Oh, Robotech. That's
I used to love that.
Do you know what I saw today? I was out. I didn't get any charity shop stuff. I did look, and there was nothing. But I saw the Hammer Horror Collection. I picked it up and thought, that's the one Jim's got. Oh my God, put that back.
Same that I got.
It was the one you got, and I picked it up, and I was, put that back down. Can't afford that one. No way, no how this year. £79.
Wow.
I got
Really?
one for 10p.
Yes. Remember the box set, the big box you got?
Oh my God.
With all the movies, and with the Red Cross, that type of thing. £79.
Holy cow.
And I picked it up, and I goes, oh, that's the one Jim's got. Oh,
I was like, and it's now
Whoa.
25p.
that was scary. I was
to
like,
move the
whoa.
decimal over a little bit.
Yeah. That box set, yeah, that's the one. That is it.
I
Jim,
paid
that was nuts.
10p for this one.
That is nuts. Absolutely.
And that's the one it was there. You've got two of them out of order. Get them fixed.
Yeah.
Get them fixed. One,
I know, my OCD went as well when I saw
exactly.
that.
My OCD went, no! Get that fixed. But no, I picked up the box set and I thought,
I'll give you this. Mine came with
I got them.
postcards
Everything is in the box set. It's the exact same box,
and that's really
still sealed,
unusual
and I
for a
picked it
set
up.
that's already
Yeah.
open. That is
I
so
picked it up
unusual.
and went like that. That's the box set that Jim's got. I want, and I'll tell the price. And I went, whoa, I'll burn me. Charity shop, couple of quid, no problem. Oh, hot. But yeah, I was a wee bit. Oh dear.
Yeah, that is just
That's
fab.
it.
That
It
is
had
really
everything. It was the
good.
exact same box set, and I was so tempted. And then as soon as I saw the price, I went, not tempted at all. No way. Bye bye.
That's fantastic.
Back in the day,
see the 3 boxes that I've got here. The 3 of them together didn't cost anywhere near the price of the DVD box set you've got in your hand right now. That's how bad it was.
Are we happy with the?
Yes, we're happy now.
Much
the
better.
That will keep the vampires at bay. Yes.
Yes.
But I actually think it's actually wrong now because the top box is 4, then 2, then 3,
Okay,
1,
that's
and
that's their fault.
That's an OCD short circuit right there.
I'm just saying when it's like this.
That must be like a manufacturing.
Jim.
Swap 4
2
and 2.
3 are the only ones that matter. The other ones can change. So number 1 could be number 5 for all that matters, but 2 and 3 are the only ones that have to be.
Swap 1 and 4, and it should be still first.
Swap 1 and 4, and it'll still look perfect.
Okay? So 1 and 4. So that's 4, 2, and 3. So I put 4 where 1 was.
Yep.
And 1 where 4 was.
So you now should have 4 3 2 1.
1
or 1 2 3 4.
3,
5
See?
4 3 2.
Very good.
Perfect. Now we're OCD can go.
I just need to put all the shit back in here now again.
All the stuff. Oh, Gregory Peck. I didn't realise it was Gregory Peck. That's the idea. I need to get a hold of that.
Nice. That is fantastic.
Oh,
and
Miranda.
These are the literature postcards.
God.
Yeah.
And
That's
I got
brilliant.
it all for 10p.
That's
10
mental.
British pence.
Oh, Miranda wants to know which charity shop this was.
What charity shop was that, Jim?
Age UK.
Age UK. Cool.
Yeah, that was definitely one
so
that,
cool.
considering I saw the exact same box set today for £79.99p.
I might need to find your charity shop and ask them, hey, could you give me 20 quid?
I go back to the charity shop. Here's another 10p. I didn't want to actually feel as if I ripped you off.
Oh my God, that is just such a great find.
But Gregory Peck, I need to get a hold of that one.
With these, my charity shop that I have locally, all of these ones that I got.
Definitely.
All of these, 10p each, and 2 of them are still in the cellophane.
Well, our charity shop is they're committing highway robbery basically because they charge 25p for their DVDs. So that's pretty steep.
It is.
Well,
I did look today, but I couldn't see
one near
anything.
me. It charges £1 a disc. £1 a disc. There is some ones that still.
But
we're
being sort of a bit over picky, I suppose.
Yeah.
I'm very happy with my collection of, shall we say, charity shop runs. But I do have
drum roll
6 friends to show.
Woo-hoo.
After you guys have shown me what you got this week.
Just a minute, I'll go fetch mine.
That's probably true, Carol. I will say I'm extremely fortunate because my charity shop literally have 24 big ass boxes as well, if I wear heels and my hair goes spiky, I'm 6 foot.
Yes, it does.
But they literally have me times 4, just boxes full of DVDs that they're getting donated.
Yeah.
And there's still a lot of them are still in cellophane. I'm trying to go down there and get like 10 or 20 DVDs a week, and it just goes like, please take them. And it's like, I need to actually put them into like a catalog. I need to put them on a shelf. I need to organize. I'm just don't have the time.
Yeah. Well, the charity shops we go by, I went into one, and it's the one I go to quite regularly. So all the discs I had, so I couldn't get any. And the other one I went to didn't have any DVDs or books, so I was a wee bit gutted. But as I said, I saw New Shopping Centre. We went to visit, and it had a few bits and pieces. We went, ooh, walked into the first one, and I thought, oh, there's hundreds here. I could buy this. I'll be good. I'll only buy one because I can't really afford too much. Then I saw another shop, and I thought, oh, I could buy hundreds. No, I'll only buy one. And by the time I'd finished, I'd bought something in each of the 3 shops. And I'm sitting there thinking, I could have bought everything I wanted from the first shop for the same money. But it was a case of, oh, no, be good. Be good. No, I wasn't good. And I bought a big, enormous teddy bear today. I'm not seeing that because that's put aside.
I bet I know who that's for.
My wife was in a shop, and I'm standing outside the shop, and she shouted out, "Do you want me to get it?" Because she says I could see your eyes going because the big teddy was sitting there. She said, "Do you want me to get it?" I went,
right. Right. I bought 2 books off Amazon this week.
Excellent.
One was the John Nathan Turner production diary notes.
Right.
And
you're on the full screen if you want to, if you've got it.
Right. Well, I can't show because I only got the Kindle edition.
No problem, right?
But I did get something else, another book.
Uh-huh.
I'll show you now.
Right. No. Right. Yeah, you're on screen. Hip Hop.
The Rough Guide.
Oh my God, Run DMC.
Run DMC.
Yep. Holy cow, that is,
Yeah.
When was that published?
Well, this is the 2nd edition. This was published in 2004, I think. So it's like a bit of.
Oh, so it's pretty recent.
2005, book I saw today, and I was going to get it for my sister, but I changed it at the last minute.
Trippy.
And wait to hear the name of it, and you'll understand why I decided at the last minute not to buy it.
That's trippy.
I ran with the gang. It was all about Bay City Rollers.
Oh my God, they were huge in the States.
Yes. My 3 sisters loved them when I was growing up. That much that when I used to go to the watch parties, there was one girl every time a Bay City Roller song would come on, she would grab somebody to dance, and you could see people go, and then she grabbed me, and I knew every word of every song they sang because I grew up 3 years with my 3 sisters singing them every single day. And I just still now I know the words of them. They just sort of went and not left my head. Unfortunately, Bay City Rollers. So I nearly picked that book up. Your book is a hell of a lot better, considering I'm no one for music. Your book is a hell of a lot better than the one I was looking at today. Just goes to show how bad my taste is.
Now, I must say I do have a lot of time for Darryl Mack from Run DMC because he gives quite a few good talks about like he talks about how he felt that hip hop went wrong when it got to, it all started going really gangster in the 90s, and he was saying like it was all horrifying stuff, but it made money, and it was just like people would artists would come forward and say, I'm keeping it real. I'm going to talk about how my friend died, jail, and then it just do this ridiculous cartoon level violence. It's just like
Who's the publisher for that Run DMC one?
Oh, it's not a Run DMC one. It's more a
it's called Hip Hop, but it's about Run DMC. It's just had the picture. Sorry, Hip Hop. Who was the publisher? It's just that Carol's asking.
Oh, it's just rough guides. It's just so basically it's the rough guide. Let's see. It's rough guides online. But it's just called Rough Guide. So basically, do the rough guide to this or that. Like they've got a back catalogue of other stuff.
Yeah.
Rough guide to rock, rough guide to opera, jazz, reggae, world music. Rough guide to travel guide. So like it's guide to UK and Ireland, Britain, Europe, Australasia, Sweden, Caribbean.
Yeah.
And various world religions as well are in there.
Yeah. So there you go. I'm just laughing at basically Kelly said she'd heard of the Rollers before anybody in the States did because she spent the 70s, 74 in Britain. And yeah, that's when I heard them. You want to hear a funny story about the Bay City Rollers? Not necessarily the Bay City Rollers. Let's say the Bay City Rollers fans, right? My middle sister was getting married. Obviously, my two other sisters were bridesmaids. And my mum gave them money to go and get something so they had something to dress up at night. So they had the bridesmaid outfit for the party at night. She gave them money to go and get a nice outfit so they could do. My older sister came back with a nice dress. My younger sister came back with a Bay City Rollers outfit, the trousers with the tartan down them, and the shoes and everything. And my mum goes, "You're not wearing that to the wedding." But that's all I've bought. So my sister had a Bay City Rollers outfit for a wedding outfit.
Well, this is interesting.
Is that? That's how my three sisters were into the Bay City Rollers. That's what she went out and bought and thought it was appropriate for a wedding outfit.
Just been looking at the back catalogue. They've also got like reference guide, the rough guide to books for teenagers, rough guide to cult fiction, cult football, cult movies, cult TV, rough guide to ethical shopping, rough guide to Formula One, the iPod, the internet radio, James Bond, kids movies, Lord of the Rings, Muhammad Ali.
There you go. The rough guide. Carol's got access to the rough guide stuff. So
personal computers, pregnancy and birth, rough guide to pregnancy and birth. Shakespeare, superheroes, unexplained phenomena of the universe, video gaming, weather, website directory.
Cool.
Yeah. Right, you want to see the rough guides? I've got two rough guides. Well, they're not technically rough guides, but they're guides. They're not so much rough guides, but they're how it works. Mm-hmm. Right? Here's the first one.
Oh yeah, that's Ladybird book,
and there's the other one. How it works, the husband. How it works, the wife. So basically, I bought one and she bought one, so we could understand how we both work. Obviously, now I can't turn around and say I've lost the instructions.
Yes, I think I've got one.
Right. So who's up next? When you got anything?
I do have this
right. Hold on, I'm putting in a bigger screen. So here you go.
The
zombie apocalypse. The Ladybird book of the zombie apocalypse.
Darren got me that.
I need to get a hold of that. I need to get a hold of that one. That's
a
cool.
Very good.
It's great. It's
not
great.
Quite what you would expect from a Ladybird book. For those who don't know, a Ladybird book is like a kid's book. the kids' range.
Don't know if you can see that.
Superb.
There's no more room in hell. The dead will walk the earth. Children.
I love this thing. That was it. I did have a quick look in a charity shop when we were coming back from town this morning. But we were also waiting for a bus, and it was just like one of those things where we basically wanted to get that bus, and we didn't want to risk missing it because they were just all over the place this morning with buses. It was so hard to catch one. And so I was like in the charity shop trying to look at the DVDs, and I kept swiveling to look to see if the bus had come. So I was like back and forth. So I couldn't really, nothing jumped out at me, so I didn't pick anything up. But we really need to go back to town once we've done the shopping, just for fun, and just to then have a look around the charity shops, because by the time we're by the charity shop, we're like loaded up with shopping bags and things like that.
Yeah.
So it really needs its own trip down
Yep.
just to have fun, you know, and just have a rummage
Definitely.
through. Because
That's
there's quite
the
a
worst
few
part of
charity
it,
shops in town.
Right. So what I'm going to do is go put big screen, because I've got 3 things. Actually, I've got a bit more than 3 things. So I was in the town and we didn't find any charity shops. I do a wee bit of geek shopping, so I bought some Magic the Gathering cards. I might do a pack
Ooh.
opening one, because I do it. I've not bought Magic for a wee while because I've not had
Yeah,
a
you
chance to
haven't.
play it. So I'm going to actually do a pack opening and see how I go with them. And remember the Kirk I got last week for the Funko one? I picked up another one. I found it in the shop, and it's Kirk from the Mirror Universe.
Oh my god, that is so
nice.
cool.
Who was
I
it?
didn't even know they
Cam
did
says
that.
he's got all 6 of them. Cam's got the whole 6 range, and
Oh,
that's
well
me got 2
done.
now, Cam. I'm catching
Well
up
done.
very slowly, but I'm catching up. So the Mirror Universe, Kirk. I picked that
Fine,
up
Captain
today.
Kirk.
You have to
And
go.
I picked up another. Remember the Funko Pop one? The Ultimate Collection. Kaylee, the Firefly. Remember I got the Jane Cobb.
Oh,
You can see
got
where the sticker
Katie.
was in this one, and it's a wee bit sticky. I need to clean it up a bit. But I
I
got
think
that
your
for
camera's
six.
a little bit blurry, so I'm not quite able to say. I don't know if it's just me, but
Yeah, I think you have a
for me
little
too.
bit of
little bit of
delay.
Reflection. You get
Bandwidth.
the reflection on this one, but my camera's not the greatest. It is a wee bit blurry.
Yeah.
So it is. But
yeah, that is
it's
really
Kaylee.
cool.
So that's me got the Jane Cobb and Kaylee. So I've only got 3 more to get. So I need to get Malcolm and Wash and Zoe. That's the other 3 in the collection. So I got it for £6. So I'm quite
That's
happy
not
with that.
bad.
Yep.
Mm.
And the
Yes.
final one, I was looking at 4 of the Monster Collection, the classic, the Universal Monster Collection. And they had the Frankenstein, the Dracula,
Creature from the
and the
Black
Bride of Frankenstein.
Lagoon.
And I picked up the Creature from the Black Lagoon.
Nice. Very nice.
That's me got 2 of the creatures. I could not resist it. Not as nice as somebody's got a bust and it's sort of sitting on, but I'll have to put up with it. That's the range, those 4 there. And I could have picked up each of them, but didn't have that bit of cash.
now you're making me
Yeah.
actually get the stuff making my thingies look cool. So
Yeah,
I need a
so
couple of seconds to gather it together.
it's even got the net. Look, it's got the net in it as well. It's the 2 heads and the different hands. So
Cool.
really, I'm so happy with these ones because I do like my
Yeah.
Universal Monsters. So that was what I got, and none of it was charity shop, unfortunately. And I got a big
That's
teddy
right.
bear, but that's a different thing.
Oh.
And I bought more clothes for the baby, and I need to
And everything else was for the baby.
and everything else. Yes, I've been terrible because every time I go through, I'll not buy any more. I've got plenty there. Oh, I've just picked up that. Oh, I've just picked
Well,
up that.
yeah. It's got to be done.
Yep, Kaylee. Yeah, as soon as I saw the Kaylee, and basically they had 2.
I love
They only had
Kaylee. Yeah,
2.
she's my
They had
favorite.
Kaylee and Jane, and I already had the Jane. But the prices were amazing. For some reason, they were selling them off cheap. So it is. So, Jim, I'm going to put you back up so you can, when you come back, obviously he's away at the moment, but when he comes back, he can show us his new stuff. There he's back. So you get a big screen because we've all went through what we picked up today. Because that was a precursor.
Me. I didn't do anything. I have not done anything wrong.
Right, hey, Jim, you watch it or else.
So I've reached the level where I need an item like this.
Mm.
A sex aid.
Well, he looks like a what was the things from Red Dwarf? What were the things from Red Dwarf? The little robots.
Scutters.
It looks like a little scutter. Yeah.
It'll make sense when you start putting your figures around it.
Yes.
So they can keep the knees up and they can stand like that and they can keep their arms out and they can keep pose. And they
So it's a gallows then.
I
It's
believe I'm
it's a-
sending you, PJ, on Twitter a DM.
Yes,
You
I
can
saw it.
see-
I saw it. I'm aware of what it is.
Yep,
it's a Ming holder.
No, that's too weak for Ming because Ming is a little bit bigger. It's about 1.5 inches taller.
Yes.
The items I got at the moment. I don't have them in any specific order.
Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Heroes in a Half Shell, Turtle
Power.
Oh, I used to love that. Oh, I used to love that. Heroes on the Half Shell. Oh my
Turtle
god.
power.
Oh, I'm so jealous. There he is.
Ooh.
I did love his fight with
Wow.
Casey Jones. Was like, how about a cricket? It's like, cricket? No one understands cricket. You got to know what a cross-on is to understand cricket. You got to understand what a crumpet is to understand cricket.
Oh my god.
Wow. Those
And
look
wait for it.
absolutely cool.
Wait for it. Wait for it. My favorite character is coming up. Yes.
Both
Shredder.
of them.
Yeah.
Splinter.
Splinter and Shredder. Yeah.
Yeah. All you need to do is get
Fantastic.
Bebop and Rocksteady.
Yeah,
I
I'm
love
looking for
Splinter.
them, but these
I have always
are
loved
fully
Cowabunga.
articulate. You can move them
Chastity show.
any
Okay.
way you want to. They have the toys. They have a slice of pizza.
Yeah, gotta have the pizza. Cowabunga, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kelly
Bunga
Inch just
too.
wants everybody to know it wasn't the chastity shop she was at. It was the charity shop she worked for.
Oh, Kellen sounds like someone that would be in a chastity shop. I don't know what they would sell, but
You better watch her else she'll give you a belt. A chastity belt.
but it
Oh
is
my
looking
God.
just
What
so
is Shredder?
awesome.
Yeah. Oh
Those
my
look
god,
cool.
that is so cool.
I was in a shop where they had hundreds of boxes like that, and they had hundreds of different ranges. They had the Jason, they had an Ash, but I already had an Ash.
They
But it
had
was Evil Dead
Jason.
2 rather than
Oh
A1.
my
They had
god.
Freddy and everything. They had a load. One of my friends has got 3 shelves full of Jason, Freddy, Chucky, Ash. He's got loads of them.
That sounds amazing.
All right. I'm trying a magic trick here, by the way. So I'm holding more boxes than you should be able to hold with one hand. So if something happens, that's just what happens during a live stream.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
That's
those
brilliant.
look cool.
Yeah.
They actually
too.
look really cool. Can't wait for that shelving unit behind you, Jim, where they actually are all standing there.
Yeah, that is coming, but these ones haven't even been unboxed yet. I'm actually setting up a gorilla grip thingy so I can put my mobile phone and hold it and have good lighting and everything so I can unbox them. But if we take just Leo here, he has his katanas, both of them. And the backside of him, it's not shown, but he actually has the sleeve, so he can actually put it.
The sheath. Yeah.
Yeah, he can sheath them and everything. But yeah, they're fully articulate, just like
Jane Austen.
My Ming.
No, but she says they're not a Jane Austen action figure. She's got one.
Exactly. There is one flaw though, and I will say this: this is from Big Chief Studios. Sadly, I could see without unboxing, Raphael came without a second side. So the 3-pronged knife, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, that's interesting.
I asked them, "Can you please help me?" and they said, "Well, sadly, you bought the last Raphael from us. This is limited 1990s movie."
Okay.
So
So you
it's
got
from
the last Raphael.
I got the last
Ooh.
Raphael, so I had
Superb.
to reach out to the actual company that brings them or got the copyright, and they said these items are not to be sold outside of the United States of America.
Yeah. Just for
Really?
Carol. This is just for Carol, right? This is just a second for Carol. There you go. Have So,
Yes,
there you go.
but
I'll put him back where he belongs. Right behind me.
these are my friends, and what you were saying there, PJ, it is, yes, I've literally been crawling all over IKEA. I've been all over furniture shop. There's one here in UK. It's like, oh, we'll build you some fancy units. But I need something I can build across where I can host
Do you know what you do? You ever played Warhammer 40k? You ever seen the Warhammer 40k?
Didn't you see the last week's stream where you were actually a host and I was showing
Yes.
my recruitment
An
kit?
Imperial thing, so you just basically build it on yourself, so you walk around and you're your own shelving unit.
That would be a solution, but if I give you this is my arm. I wish I had a wine bottle or something, but
It's okay.
this,
That's cool.
We know the size of these figures.
yeah.
That's cool. Yeah.
These ones are 7 inches.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And if I put them together with these stands that I got, I
Yeah.
can actually lift them up so that it looks like they're jumping in the air. So
yeah, you can articulate them. Yeah, that's brilliant.
yeah, so if you remember the cartoon intro where they're jumping across the rooftops or everything,
Mhm.
I could put Michelangelo and bend his knees and everything. It looks like he's hovering in air. So
Cool.
that is kind of my plan, which is why I sent you one of the screenshots of Donatello.
Looks amazing, so it does.
And
Do you want
yes,
me to show that? Do you want me to show it?
yeah, go ahead.
Right.
Because the turtles were my favorite heroes back in the day.
I used to
Yeah,
love
okay.
that animated show and the theme song. I still hear it in my head sometimes. It's so funny.
Right.
You'd be just doing something and you just start humming it. All of a sudden, it just comes into your head.
But
That's it
these
there.
these ones are actually from the 1990s live action film, not
Yeah.
the cartoon.
Not from the cartoon. Yeah.
Not from the cartoon. That's it there. So it actually
are
looks
cool,
really
though.
cool, doesn't it?
Yeah, that looks great.
Yeah.
And all of them come with the weapons, the bow, the size, the nunchucks, the katanas. They have that they can stuck them into belts or behind the shell. They are just
Right.
gorgeous. And I'm so gutted it was the last Raphael because I would have bought the second Raphael just to have 2 sides.
Yeah.
I literally told them, they told me, sorry, you literally bought the last one.
Wow.
Yeah. So what's that? Ice Warrior.
I think she was referring to
Or your creature from the Black Lagoon.
this
The one
is
that I'm the one
creature
that
from
I'm
the Black
jealous
Lagoon.
of.
This is
Yeah, the one that I'm jealous of. I've got these two. Right, I've got these two. And I'm still jealous.
yeah, that's the classic
Yes,
creature from the Black Lagoon.
Yeah.
Darren
I'm
found that
so
one.
jealous from that one. That is an absolute
It's in the. It was
fun
in
one.
the TV and movie store. Had those.
I'm just so jealous because that's one of my favourite creatures. That and Frankenstein are
Yeah.
my favourite. The Wolfman, obviously, I love that. I did see another Wolfman. I was tempted to buy a second one so I could have the Lon Chaney set up as well.
Oh yeah.
But I think Matt's got he's got 2, so he can have one of each. But I was
Nice.
tempted to. But
Oh, you've done it.
You manage it. Let's see. Now.
Oh, very nice.
Very nice.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's the thing to do. Just sit and chat and dig me.
Looking really good, Alex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just wait till you get the DeLorean one and you can actually build it on stream and gab away.
Yeah,
you're on mute.
That's cool.
You're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Easily
Right,
done.
right. Now, what I'm going to do with the DeLorean, I'm going to have the webcam focusing on what I'm building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
That's what I'm saying. You just actually sit and do that and just gab away, listening and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Perfect. No problem with that one.
So I've got that, and I've got the Lambo. So
oh,
very nice.
Yeah, very nice.
Building up my collection.
Cool.
See, I've not got the dexterity to build with the very small Lego pieces anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But somebody else will in a bit of time.
Yes, I'll be training them up.
You'll be coaching.
Yes,
yeah. Oh, that's
cool
nice,
well.
Alex. Yeah, space shuttle.
Yeah,
gorgeous.
You need to put some caps and bangers in that. But no, that's a stunning. So, right. I just wanted to actually just check. It's just because I think I guessed it was probably the creature from the Black Lagoon. I just wanted to double check.
Alan Rickman. Oh my God, I would have fainted, I think.
Oh,
She waited on William Shatner back in the late 50s at the hat shop. I used to yell at her for not trying to date him. It's lovely.
The late 50s Shatner was something you only remember from the
He's
thing.
still something.
Was it 60,000, 20,000 feet? The one about the plane?
We just watched that. We just watched that again. Fabulous. That was one of the things we watched this week.
Hey, the nearest I've got to a connection to celebrities is my mum used to be in the class with Lena Martell, who was a singer, who sang One Day at a Time, Sweet Jesus is about overcoming alcohol. And we knew the Zavaronis because we used to go on holiday, and she knew Lena Zavaroni's mum and dad. So that's the nearest I've got to it. My dad's played a couple of clubs and he's with people who became famous singers or like me, but they weren't big names. They were just supporting act type thing, but they'd been on TV and stuff.
I've got a fun story too. My mom, many years ago, was the office manager for an alarm installation company in New York, and she came home with an envelope that was handwritten out by my brain, James Earl Jones. And she came home from work and she said, "Guess who I spoke to on the phone today?" And she said, "Darth Vader." And I was like, "Oh my God." And he had a house up in sort of mid-state New York, and he was having an alarm installed in the house, and he had to ring the office to make some arrangements, and it was actually him. And she spoke to James Earl Jones on the phone. I was so jealous.
Yeah.
That was so cool.
Yeah. Well, up there, I've got an autograph picture that a friend got me from the son of his friend, John Barrowman's autograph.
Oh, lovely.
A friend knows his friends with his mum, and because he knew I was in Doctor Who, he asked him for an autograph for me, and I thought that was really nice.
Oh,
really
nice.
I've got John Barrowman's autograph up there. I've not met John, but I'd love to.
Yeah.
I've got his autograph because my friend got it for us. I thought that was really nice.
Yeah, that says a lot.
Yeah, it's always great. I mean, it's a case of he says, I'll ask him when I get a chance, but I don't want to just go and go, "Oh, by the way, my friends did." It was just, and it was within a week or so. So he'd obviously just been chatting to her, and he'd said, and she says, "Oh, I'll get John to actually sign them for him." So I've got that sitting up my wall, which is really nice. So, because John Barrowman's obviously from the local area, Paisley area. So,
Okay. Yeah.
So, but that was nice, I must admit.
That's cool.
So
I'm actually told that Barrowman is a rather cheeky fellow.
Just a bit.
Yep.
Yeah,
Right for the boys.
quite cheeky. But when you mentioned something, and I was saving this because I did have a big haul this week because I got all the turtle shredder splinter.
Grandma, thank you for joining us. You have a lovely weekend, the rest of the tonight, tomorrow. But have a good one.
I have this one. It was meant to be for next week.
Oh, hello.
What's that one? What's that
Who's
one?
in that one then?
Well, you may recognize the
Jerry.
face.
Mr. Shatner, Jerry Ryan. Oh my God!
Oh, you got
I never
Mr.
even heard of
Shatner
that.
with the shotgun.
Oh my God!
And it is
Hume.
a proper cover. And
How
it's
cool is that?
cellophaned, but I'll talk more about it next week. But yes, that's what I got.
I never even heard of that, or if I did, I've just completely forgotten about it.
I'd never heard about it either, but it is one I got. And I was just going, it's like, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Still, again, 10 pence.
See, that's the thing. Charity shops are great for that. You go in, and see what I do. See when I go in and see if I see a disc, and I think I might have that, I'll still pick it up to the charity, because then when I get home, I'll check if I have got it. I'll check, see what one's the best, put the one back that's best back in my shelf, and take that one back to the charity shop so they can sell it again. Yep. I do that quite a lot. I basically, if I think I've got one or I think I might have it, it's only 10p, so I'll pick them up. That way they're getting a wee bit extra, and then I would take it back down and they sell them again.
Yeah, I mean, it is 10p. I do set aside about £5 a week just to do charity shop stuff.
But how cool is that? You can get that much stuff. When you think about it, if you like manage to get £5 worth of DVDs at 25p each, you'd need a wheelbarrow to take them home.
Yes. Yeah. Well, the thing is as well, I'm in the process of building a database for all my movies, and movies alone, I've got 1,125.
Wow.
Movies, DVDs, cases, movies. That's including sets like the Laurel and Hardy and stuff like that, but they're all individual cases inside the box. And that's not including my TV stuff. That's not including my TV stuff. My TV programs, I've got 210, and obviously some of them are multiple sets. Like that shelf down there, the one there with the Babylon 5 stuff, that whole shelf is Stargate. So, as you can imagine, sometimes there's a lot of discs. So you imagine how many discs I've got behind me. God, I must have nearly 2,000 discs behind me on my shelves. Yeah, and I'm still collecting them. I'm still collecting them.
It's the same with me. I showed you the Hammer box set.
Yep.
That's 4x4. So that box set,
16.
It's 16 discs in that one alone.
See, come to this channel and learn maths.
Well, not this late in the evening, but but even so, I paid 10p for it, and you had it displayed in one of your charity shops who actually understood the value, and they just went £76, not 10p.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, considering that price of that, wow.
Yeah. But no, my My local charity shops are drowning in DVDs, and I'm
Wow.
outside
That's the
of
thing as
London.
well. Yes, I know a lot of charity shops. Some of them don't even actually take them in anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, there wasn't many in the one I looked in today, but there are a few bigger charity shops in town.
Yeah.
And then there's one on the way to town. So I really need to do a charity shop, a bit like a pub crawl, but a charity shop crawl.
Yeah.
Let's see what I can find. Hello.
Hello, gorgeous.
Say hi, bud.
Oh.
Pretend you're actually, it's no me you're up to see. Go on, we know it's no me. Yeah, they're all over there. Look.
Oh, they've got a surprise coming as well. A new little friend.
Yes.
You're going to be meeting a new little friend.
A wee bit older, they'll come over and start pulling tails and hair and nose. But he'll get licked to death too, won't they, boys?
Oh.
You'll be their guard dog. You'll be sitting there going, nobody's touched them. I know even you, Granda.
Yes.
And the right son, right? So you've been on screen now, bug off.
Oh.
Every so often they do come up as if to say, you ain't talking to us. So, that's done in a way. So I'm just waiting for Benji to come in and say, oi, I saw him. Where's me?
Yeah.
What? So, apart from stuff for Wednesday, have you been watching anything this week at all?
We finished watching Outer Range on Prime. I won't say anything really because I don't know if people have seen it or people plan to watch it who haven't seen it yet. Let's just say I did enjoy it. I enjoyed it a lot. But I'm very curious to see if they do some more. But great cast. Very, very well done. Very unusual. Very different. You know, so it's well worth a look. What else did we watch? We resumed watching a couple of more Twilight Zones off of the set that we have. We watched the Nightmare at 20,000 Feet. That one with William Shatner. We've been totally addicted to a YouTube channel called Grim Life Collective, which is a couple who go around and they've been around for ages, but they go around and they go to the Halloween like horror shows. They go into like the horror experiences. They go to like grave sites, they go to all different things, but they have a really great presentation style. They're just so laid back and they're so lovely. So we've been watching them a lot. I'm trying to think of what else. I'm sure there's something else. I started watching, Mr. Hyde and I watched a film called The Midnight Hour, which was an 80s, I guess it's supposed to be like an 80s horror film, but we were joking. It's a bit like a 60-minute long 80s music video. But that's going to be up. It's not going to be up this Sunday because of the date, because I think it's Mother's Day in probably the US and Canada, I think. Or is it, I don't know how it works, but it's somebody in the chat can help me out. But Mr. Hyde's going to be airing a different film this Sunday. It won't have our commentary on it, but the Midnight Hour will go the following Sunday. And that will have our commentary before and after. And that one is pretty trippy because it's got a very young LeVar Burton in it. Very early LeVar Burton film. And I'm just going to say it's probably not one he
post
to the top of his credits list. What's that?
Pre or post Roots LeVar Burton? LeVar Burton was in Roots.
It's very close. I can't. I could. He looks very much like he did when he did Roots, because I remember watching it when it came out. But I have to go check like the actual date that this was made versus when Roots came out, because he does look very close in age to when he did that.
I didn't realise it was LeVar Burton until actually into Next Generation for a couple of seasons, and I was sitting there thinking,
your mic is breaking up a little bit.
He just looks so different because he's obviously aged since. But even with that, the silly mask on it, it just had these features. It was only when a couple of times when they took it off, and I'm sitting there thinking, I've seen him somewhere. Then I realised he played the younger Kunta Kinte in Roots, and it's just a fantastic thing. It was one of those ones that I remember. It was one of the first things I think my mum recorded so she could rewatch over and over again.
Oh yeah,
she just loved it.
Yeah, so that's probably the biggest things really that I can think of. I'm sure there'll be more, but I just can't think of them at the moment.
There you go. So Mother's Day in North America.
Yeah.
Who's into the crisps?
It was your mic, I think, was cracking a little bit.
Right, okay. Sometimes when I
click... I do have some crisps.
Right, sometimes when I click this, it does go, because I think there's a slight loose connection here.
I could have eaten my crisps while the mic was doing that, actually.
Yes,
nobody would know.
Honestly, it's just my beard is actually rubbing against my mic. That's what it is. So, what anybody else been watching? Sadako, Jim, Alex?
I call Star Trek Picard on Thursday, and
no luck. Don't worry, you'll get better soon.
Can I just I did watch Strange New Worlds, and I quite liked it.
Yeah, Carol was saying that Strange New Worlds as well. I saw Az's review of it. I'm halfway through Az's review of it, actually. Tell a lie. And I'm glad I've not seen it. Let's put it that way.
So that one, I was very impressed with the intro to that. The sort of the opening credits were really, they just looked so good.
Oh, I'll tell you something.
But we're nervous about what they've done with Spock's character. But
accordingly, I watched Az's review. Az has done a review of it, and the thing is, he did say, was it the story was good? It's just the bits round about it. So the story was good, a good enough story. See, the problem is, because of the way around it, I don't care if it's good or not. I'm just not going to watch it. I'm not going to actually invest my time in anything from new Star Trek, new Star Wars, new Doctor Who. It's just because they've already killed the options for them, so I don't care. So even if they do start being good, don't care. Yeah. I'm not giving them any money because of what they've done. So
yeah. What did you think of it, Alex? What was your takeaway?
I did like it. I like the way the story, but there were some bits that dragged out. There were some bits that really dragged. But the one thing I really want is that Enterprise as a model.
They did a nice job on that. Yeah, we noticed that.
I love the design. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't actually seen the episode, but we saw the sort of intro bit, and we both said the same thing. We were just like, "Ooh, the Enterprise looks really good," and it feels like the Enterprise. It doesn't,
That is more closer to the original Enterprise than it is to what they did in the films, and I'm talking about the, you know what films.
Mm-hmm.
And also, it represents the original, like from the Enterprise from the original Star Trek films.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so iconic, and I want that model. If I can, I might get an Eagle Moss version of it. I might get an Eagle Moss version.
Cool.
I must admit, there's a shop in, and it's called XS. For some reason, they've got a lot of excess stock. Hence the reason why their name, and a lot of the time they've got Eagle Moss stuff. Because I've picked up that Doctor Who one. Remember the one I've got with Susan, Ian, and Barbara, as well as the Doctor. that got that from excess. It's basically, for some reason, that was extra stuff that they couldn't sell. Who wouldn't buy the original crew from the TARDIS? Come on.
Yeah.
Why have you got that extra? Somebody's not been selling it properly. But every time I'm in, I always look through the Eagle Moss stuff of the Star Trek. And most of the stuff they've got is all the new stuff. There's not one Enterprise.
Oh.
Even the Next Generation Enterprise. My brother's favourite, that one. He prefers the Next Generation Enterprise to the classic. I prefer the classic to the Next
Yeah,
Generation.
we're classic fans.
I would buy any of those two. I'm just not interested in any of the other ships. And unfortunately, the XS never has an Enterprise. I'm gutted all the time. Every time I go in and have a look round, none. That's where I got the Ghostbuster stuff. Remember the Ghostbusters bits and pieces? It's just I get one out of a set. It's because they've got excess, and it's basically they're selling them cheaper because they buy the excess stock. It's great. But
Cool.
so
oh yeah, I forgot to mention I also watched Sonic 2 the other day, which is a good family film. That's what I
Good.
was saying. What were you saying, PJ? Sorry to interrupt.
no, I didn't say anything.
Ah.
You were talking about the
Yeah.
Sonic 2. I've not seen Sonic 1. I was never a big Sonic fan, so
No, I'm total mad on Sonic.
yeah, I've not watched any of the new stuff. What I've been watching this week, I started rewatching Jack of All Trades, Bruce Campbell.
I used to love that.
So I started watching that. When I was away, I had my my iPad, so I watched a couple of Carry On Sergeant, William Hartnell, and Carry On Cruising. I watched Confessions of a Holiday Camp. Robert Askus, that's just hilarious, stupid. And Booth, Thingy Booth, Tony Booth. So I watched that. I've watched. I'm in the middle of School of Scoundrels.
Oh yes.
You remember that one? That was a fun one.
Yeah.
I rewatched Nuns on the Run.
Oh,
I basically I've just been watching a load of old classic stuff. I even watched Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid.
Was that Steve Martin in that?
Steve Martin, and it's all the old movies, and it is absolutely hilarious.
That was very clever. They put that.
Yes, it is very cleverly done. They built the story around the old movies, and it is hilarious. So that's what I've been watching, but I'm now started watching today. I started watching Hooper, which I thought, have I seen that one? When I was watching it, I'm going, yep, I remember that bit. I remembered the bit about the dog. As soon as it started, I thought, this is the one with the dog. And I remembered.
Just to mention Hal Needham, I've got a film for you to watch because it's his last one he did. And it's called Body Slam. And it's got Dirk Benedict in it. And it's the last film he ever did before he moved on.
Oh.
Yeah, I've not seen that one. I don't even have a copy of it, and I don't know if I'll be able to get a copy.
I've got a copy on my computer. I'll send
you. No, but I'm saying I need to see if I can get a copy. But yep, Carol, Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid. It's absolutely amazing how well it's constructed around the old movies, and actually watching the old movies going, I know that one. I know that one. It's fun. And
we never saw that.
You know, seen Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid?
Mm-hmm.
You'll be surprised how well it's constructed, considering it's old movies it's built around. I would definitely, if you get a chance to get it. King of Comedy, yes. Jerry Lewis, I've seen that one. I'm actually, the next one on my list is Limelight. Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton. The two of them play old actors. That's on my list. I saw it years and years ago, and I'm talking about a good 20 odd years ago. I managed to get a hold of a copy, so I'm going to rewatch it. That's an old one. But King of Comedy, I remember with Jerry Lewis, and it wasn't the typical Jerry Lewis, because when I first saw it, I thought, oh, Jerry Lewis, King of Comedy, how good? And it was a different. It wasn't your typical Jerry Lewis, and I was surprised, and I quite enjoyed it. Right, you'll still be here. It was Chaplin's last. So I've got that in my list. I'm going to watch that Thursday because Smokey and the Bandit,
Smokey and the Bandit.
Smokey and the Bandit, Cannonball Run are the next ones after I've finished Hooper, and then I'm going to finish it off with my favourite, Cactus Jack, again. And
we did finally watch that. That was great fun.
Are you going to throw in Cannonball Run 2 and all? Or?
Oh, I've got Cannonball Run 1 and 2, and I've got Smokey and the Bandit 1 and 2. I've actually got I've got them all, the full set of, even the ones that he didn't do. I've got them all, but I'll only stick to the ones that Hal Needman did. So, because I have got Cannonball Run, go to my movies list, because I need to actually double check. Where is it? iTunes movies. I listed everything. And Cannonball Run, I think there's 3 movies in the series, isn't there?
Yeah, but the third one doesn't count.
Yes, I know, that's what I'm saying. So
yeah,
I've got them all, and even the Cannonball Run, wherever it went to.
Can I ask you, Tank? Can we play a clip from Cannonball Run 2 on the night? If I can put it together.
I don't see why not.
Right,
the thing is, I should be able to upload a clip, to see if they'll allow us to do it, and it will determine if we're allowed to.
What I'll do, PJ, I'll put the clip together and I'll send it over to you later.
What's that?
The clip from Cannonball Run 2, I'll put it together and send it over to you later.
Because I've got it, just tell me roughly the start and stop. I've got them here.
Okay, it's the middle. It's in the ranch.
Just let us know and send it to us.
Will do. Actually, I'll send it to you in private chat.
Aye. I've got Cannonball Run 2, and it's the Smokey and the Bandit. I might have more. Where's the Smokey and the Bandit?
I love Smokey and the Bandit. That is the music in that as well. Jerry Reed.
I've got singing Reed songs of that. Yeah.
There's 3 Smokey and the Bandits. That's what it is. 2 Cannonball Run, 3 Smokey and the Bandits. I've got, and I'm aware not all of them count. But that's, what's that one? Not Chaplin. What are we talking about there? Oh, right, I get it. Jerry Lewis plays himself. Okay. It's the same as there was one Rowan Atkinson did that was very similar to Limelight. It's all about an actor, and he plays himself. He plays a Rowan Aitken, and he's
Rowan Atkinson
on stage. Rowan Atkinson. He plays a Rowan Aitken, I think it is, and his on-screen persona is effectively Mr. Bean. So he uses some of his Mr. Bean sketches, and he actually plays a very, what's the word? Jaded comedian. So Rowan Atkinson effectively plays a version of himself, but a very jaded version of himself. I'll need to find what the name of the movie's in. He does that because somebody else, he gets annoyed with the bit part player, which Angus Deaton used to play on Mr. Bean. The guy we've got playing it on stage keeps on getting the laughs, and the Rowan Aitken gets really annoyed with them and threatens to sack him because he's the one that should be getting the laughs because of his Mr. Bean type character. So he plays a version of himself, and it's a similar idea to the King of Comedy. I've never seen that one. Diva. I've not seen that one at all.
I've not seen it, but I've seen Betty Blue by the same director, which is that was really good actually. That was really good. Quite ahead of its time film, I feel.
Yeah. So I've not seen that one at all, and I will find out the name of the Rowan Atkinson one. because that one I thought was very similar to The King of Comedy, where Jerry Lewis plays himself. This one, it's Ron Atkinson plays a version of himself, just a very jaded version, which is funny in its own right because you sit there and think, I wonder how much of that is actually based on him. Because I think Ron Atkinson actually wrote part of it as well. So you're sitting there thinking, is this what he sees other people and he's put it to himself, or is this he sees part of himself in this and he's just exaggerated a couple? I would love to know. There you go. I've never seen Diva.
I've never seen that either. No.
Yep.
I'm gonna have to bail. Lovely chaps, because just feeling a little bit tired now. It's been a bit of a crazy long day today, so I can feel the sort of.
When if you got time this week, I've uploaded a draft of my thing to my piece to the forum, the private writer section. If
I'll have a look for you. Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, no problem. Yep, I'll definitely check that out. It's in the private bit.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, yeah. Thank you for that. I just finished setting up my my Chromebook in a different way so I can hopefully get on it a little bit more often, because that was part of my problem before, is I didn't really have a place to really set it up on the desk here, because I've got work stuff here. Right. I've got keyboards everywhere. So I've just done a little bit of jiggery pokery here, and I'm trying to set up stuff that I can actually function with. So I'll have a little look at that tomorrow, and I'll let you know.
Excellent.
Cool.
Yeah. Well, Wayne, thank you again, as always, for bringing a bit of sunshine to our stream of us ugly guys.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Wen, for joining us.
Yes, thank you very much. It's been fantastic as always. Yep. Good night, everybody.
And I'll see you Wednesday.
Yes, Smokey and the Bandit. I'm so there.
Definitely.
Good night, everybody, as well. And thank you so much for joining us. I'll leave you in the capable hands of the rest of the crew here.
Yep. You forgot the word in capable hands.
Okay. All right. Okay. Good night.
Take care.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay.
So, right.
It's all male now.
It's all male.
We are men, heroes raw. We are macho dinosaurs. And we're way too smart to care who we offend.
I'm actually just looking to see if I can find Rowan Atkinson's stuff to see if I can find the name of that movie. Come on. Yeah, where is it? It's just a slow connection tonight for some reason. Why is it? Typical. Popped me wrong. Rowan Atkinson.
Jim, I just want to raise you a question about your Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle figurines.
Right, what you got?
Right, no, I was thinking, are you going to do like a recreation of their their home to put them in? You ever thought about doing that?
It is sort of what I would like to make as a diorama, because I do have toys, I have the kits and everything. I can build it. But it is one of those projects, I want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Am I actually really going to make it happen? But no, I have the ideas of building the tiny little we call them grocery boxes.
Pizza boxes, you mean?
Yeah, it is. So those boxes, and creating a pizza box, because with them, I just moved them away.
Mm-hmm.
All of them actually have a hand you can replace that can grab a slice of pizza. So I could, in theory, take one of them, because even Splinter has a slice of pizza. Shredder doesn't. But I could literally make that move. You go in, you grab a slice of pizza and put it out, or take it out, and then you'll have the circle of the other slices of pizzas that belong to all the other characters.
Because it would be great to see a diorama of that.
It would be great, but it is early days because I literally got these 72 hours ago.
All I can say, you could like make it a long project, a very long project.
Well, I have bought myself a Gorilla Grip camera mounting hold. So, because I realized I will be buying more stuff, and having a camera and just showing the unboxing or just pulling it out and doing those details. This is why I showed them this evening, because I took Donatella out just to have a screenshot and trying to mount it up and make it rigged and everything. But all the others, they're still with the seal and everything. And before anyone actually in the chat or anything going, no, these are mine. Especially since the company that I bought it from said, you bought the last Raphael. Okay, these are mine. I don't care. Yes, it might be unique. There might be no one else getting, but I bought them for me because I love TMNT. These are models made from the 1990 live action. It's not the cartoon that came before. It's not the follow-up seasons where Bebop, Steady, and all of those came in. This is the 1990 TMNT. Or for us here in UK, it's TMHT.
Yeah.
But no.
The thing is, carry on.
Yeah, no, these are mine. And I have ideas for what I would do. But my main mission at the moment, I want shelves behind me.
Yeah.
But I've been to IKEA, I've been to Furnitureland, been to all those places. Nothing really figures with what I would like to show in the background. And at the same time...
All right, Jim, I'm going to show. I've got a bit of an idea for you. I know you said about shelves, but would you consider getting a cabinet to put them in?
I've been looking at them, but it's the height requirement. So where I'm sitting, I'm about, my head is where your third shelf is.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes no sense to have a fourth shelf and then something above it. Yes, I know, PJ.
Mine goes all the way up, all the way up, all the way up, all the way up to the roof.
And well, that was my initial thinking, but I want to display these guys.
Say again?
I want to display it. I don't want them out of shot. I want them in shot.
No, you just what you do is you put the camera at one end of your room. You sit there, you're about that size, and then you'll be able to see everything.
Oh, trust me, you don't want to see everything I have in this place. No, nope.
You still got two of your posters missing at the back.
Yes,
after last week.
But I haven't bothered repairing that part because I'm now looking for something to actually move across. And sadly, I will have to remove these things in the background.
Yeah.
But I have to figure out what makes it look really great. And I know I'm having to move where my camera is a lot further that way, rather than just having it here just flowing into the corner.
Yeah. I could move my camera back, but I feel as if I would be leaning doing that all the time, leaning forward.
Exactly. And if I get the wrong camera, I'm suddenly just going to look like I'm like Tyrion.
Yep. Well, Kaylee says, what's been happening? Well, nothing. We've just been sitting, waiting for you. We kept you. Yeah, well, you missed all the good stuff. All the toys we all found, and all the movies and all that. The Lego it's been built. Oh, you missed hundreds. Oh,
you missed a huge collection that I brought in. But trust me, I'm not playing with my Ming anymore.
Just to actually remember things like that. Look at the stuff that we brought up.
Do you know what, Jim?
Thing.
I am going to get a T-shirt printed of that, playing with my Ming. I am going to get a T-shirt and I'm going to send it to you. And you've got to wear it.
I will definitely wear something like that on the live stream.
Yeah, and what else has happened? Let me think. You missed the perfect pictures of a perfect grandson. Apart from that, not a thing's passed.
This is just for you, Alex.
You better watch. He's flashing his Ming.
Pathetic earthlings, who can save you now? Flash.
Yeah, it's just typical. Jim's flashing his Ming. But they are, no wonder you bring them out, because they are absolutely stunning.
They are, and both of these are as tall as a wine bottle.
See, the problem is, ladies and gentlemen, Jim drinks that much wine, we don't know what bottle he's talking about.
Hold on. It's mead, not wine. It's mead.
Can I just say, Wendy's gone and now the dirty jokes are coming out.
Last week she was just laughing.
Yeah.
There you go. Don't play with your Ming.
I see no minges. Wake up in the morning and ask myself, whose life lived when trying to bless myself.
Well, you know what your parents said when you were growing up. Don't play with your Ming or you go blind. And it's like, screw that. I just bought 6 figurine collectibles of turtles.
See, my mum used to always say that to me, and what I say nowadays is, where's my white stick?
Oh, no. No, that's something you do not want.
Right, ladles and jelly spoons. Quiz time.
Yay.
So while I dig these out,
I'll be running last. You make a
right, second. Okay, wait a minute. And while I'm digging them out, so Jim's going last, so we'll just go round that way. We'll start with yourself, Alex.
Okay.
3 questions each. Doing a rotation. In Toy Story, what was the name of the boy next door who blows up toys?
Oh. Oh no. Pass.
Right, chat. You get a chopper chance.
Well, don't we get a chance?
You could, but I was giving the chats a chance as well. So now you know what the answer is.
Okay. Go on, because it just came to me.
No. I was going to say pass to Jim, but if you've got the answer, go on.
Yeah. All right. Is it Sid?
It is Sid.
Oh, that was lucky. Hair's breadth, that.
Yes.
It just flashed into my mind quickly.
There you go. Kelly says no flicking crew. And Carol says doctor. Right. So there you go.
Oh, isn't it?
In the 1985 comedy Weird Science, the boys create the perfect woman. During the making ritual, what do the boys wear on their heads?
Bras.
Bras. Correct. Right.
Wow.
Jim, who starred as Wayne Swatsky in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids?
Moranis. What's his name?
Don't be a silent P. The young ones.
Mike, Vivian, Neil, and
Oh, yes.
Don't be a silent P.
No, sorry, I got the Moranis.
Rick Moranis.
Rick Moranis, yes.
Can you have half of that?
He can have a half a mark. There you go.
Yeah, you get
Challenge. Got Rick Moranis. Right. Question number 2. Alec. In the diner scene from When Harry Met Sally, what did Meg Ryan order?
Pass.
Anyone got this one?
I don't know.
I think everybody understands the C's, but nobody paid any attention.
Because remember, it's all to do with what the girl asks at the end. I'll have what she's having.
Yes, that is what everybody remembers. But what the hell did she order?
So we'll have to leave this up to the chat because somebody will get it. I knew half of it. I didn't know the full answer.
Can I pass to Jim? Because, whatever it is, I'll have it. I'll have what she had, but
that's what the woman says. But it's what did she have? What did she order?
Was it? Wait,
anybody get any clue?
Was it macaroni cheese?
It wasn't.
No.
Was it ham and eggs?
It wasn't. No, and nobody's got it. It was a chef salad and apple pie. Nobody got that one. Even the chat. I only knew she'd ordered an apple pie. I didn't even know what else she'd ordered.
If I ever get to the dating scene again, I will try to order that for the intended date and see if something happens.
Yeah. Right. Sadako. In the Shawshank Redemption, what do all the inmates claim?
To be innocent.
Correct. Their innocence.
Oh, okay.
Why were you so uncertain about that?
I was thinking about. I've only ever seen the second half of the Shawshank, but I've never seen the first half.
You really need to watch it through and through.
Right. Jim. In Apocalypse Now, what did Lieutenant Colonel Bill Kilgore famously quote?
I don't know this one.
Even I know this one, and I've only seen the movie once.
I've seen the film quite a few times, but famously quote. I will give this to Alex.
I think I know as well, but Alex got there first, didn't he? So
I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
Correct. Even I knew that one. That's the only quote I know from that movie.
Yeah, you see, I thought it was one of the lesser quotes because
No. It's the famously quoted. It's the most famous quote from the movie.
But there
Right,
is a lot
so-
of them,
especially with what's going on in the background.
Yeah. So that's 6.
Yeah.
So one last question each at the moment. Jim is falling well behind. And Sadaku's up in front.
Yay.
Right. So, Alec, third and final question.
Okay.
In Gone in 60 Seconds, Memphis Reigns, Nicolas Cage, has a strange obsession with what car?
Shelby Mustang, and it was named Eleanor.
1967 Shelby Mustang GT500, or codenamed Eleanor. I
And
couldn't have answered anything with those ones because I've never seen the movies.
Can I just say one thing about Gone in 60 Seconds? There's 2 of them. There's actually 2 Gone in 60 Seconds. The original and the remake.
I've never seen it. Never seen at all.
You should watch the
They're
original.
car movies, and the fact that you were sitting building a car, I thought you would have had a good chance of getting that one.
Well,
right. Sadaku.
Yes.
In the 80s classic The Breakfast Club, what did Brian the Brain do to get detention?
Did he try to commit suicide or something? He put a did he have a gun in his locker or something, or a flare fire shooter in his locker?
Well, I'm going to get you that. He brought a flare gun to school and it went off in his locker.
I see.
So you use gun, flare, and locker, and so you used all the right words. Not necessarily in the right order, but we'll get that.
I'd count that as an accurate answer.
So, Jim, your last question. When Forrest Gump was in the army, what sport did he excel at?
Ping pong.
Or?
Table tennis.
Yes. It does say table tennis, ping pong, because the two of them are the same thing, but different people know it as different things. To me, it's ping. I grew up calling it ping pong. Then people would go, ping pong. What's that? That's table tennis. It's one of those things. So
it's ping pong.
That round,
can I just say,
narrowly beaten by a tiny wee bit was Alec, and the winner was Sadako. Way! Now, heroes and villains.
Can I just say, on the Apocalypse Now question, I would have got that wrong because I thought the answer was something from Heart of Darkness, but okay.
Aye, but it doesn't matter.
Right.
You answered the other questions.
All right, good.
You were ahead, and it doesn't matter if you think you would have got it wrong. If you got it right, you got it right. End of story. Right, I'm going to ask you each 2 questions, 1 card. You're going to get the hero and the villain, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, Alec, we'll start with you again.
Okay.
For the hero, what did William Wallace famously scream during his torture scene in Braveheart?
Torture scene. Oh no.
Ow.
No. Pass on that one.
Ouch would be a correct term, but I do know what he actually decided.
Because I'm just thinking of the famous speech he gave to the troops. Well, that's all.
I am William Wallace. I know I'm 8 foot tall and farts.
Fart lightning.
Yes. It was that one.
I know the answer. Oh, I was going to guess that.
Freedom is what he actually said during the torture.
Right. Your hero, your villain one. Which actor played the see, try to get this out. I know what I'm going to say, but my mouth's going, no, that's not Malevolent. Oh dear, my teeth. Anybody got a set of teeth I can
Maleficent.
use? No, not maleficent. Malevolent. Malevolent. That word. Nazi officer Amon Goth in Schindler's List?
So what was the question again?
Which actor played the big long word that begins with an M, ends in a T, and it's malevolent? Malevolent. That's the word. Malevolent. See, my mouth is no working today, and I've not even had a drink today. Yesterday, yes, I could have blamed it and everything. Nazi officer Amon Goth in Schindler's List. Who played him?
Pass.
He is a famous actor, and he's actually playing against. What's the taken actor called? Liam Neeson.
Yeah.
Liam Neeson's one, yeah.
And he's really good. I can see his face, but I can't recall his name.
Is he a son nowadays?
No, I can.
Put it this way.
Because Steven Spielberg screwed us with Schindler's List doing black and white.
Yeah.
You can barely recognize Liam Neeson in it.
Yeah, he played. He was played by Ralph Fiennes. Kellyanne, she went to college with Judge Nielsen. I
knew it was. I thought it was Ray Fiennes, but the thing is, I was thinking someone else.
Don't mention ping pong and ming in the same sentence.
Hey! You can ping pong my Ming anytime you want to.
That's it. That's going on the t-shirt. That is going on the t-shirt.
Right. Sadaku, your heroes and villains. Alright? So, here it comes. Your hero. Oh my God, how come some of them are so easy? Even I'm thinking, even my grandson would get them now. What is Bruce Banner's alter ego?
The Hulk.
The Incredible Hulk. Right, your villain. Which actor plays Loki in the 2011 film Thor?
Oh, damn it. Pass. Sorry. I'm not a Marvel's fan. Anyone else want to get it?
Who played Loki?
It's Hiddleston something, yada yada, likely Tom Hiddleston.
Tom Hiddleston, yep.
Okay.
So, there you go. So, Jim, you realise if you get both of these, you would have got this, you would have redeemed yourself. Hero.
Sorry, I'm away from keyboard now.
Your villain, right? This is your hero one first. Which river was the plane forced to land in Scully, starring Tom Hanks?
I know this one.
This is the autopilot landing in New York City, the Hudson River or something.
Correct. The Hudson, yes.
Yes.
Ping pong, ooh la la. Ping, bang, walla walla, bing, bang.
Bing bong.
Right. Your villain one. What does Commodus use to injure Maximus in Gladiator?
A knife? Dagger in the prison. He's stabbing him in the back, so he's weakening him.
It's a hidden dagger. Yes, a dagger. So Jim won that.
But I love Joaquin Phoenix in that one.
Yeah, he was a bit of a psycho, but yes, he definitely worked. So there you go, a wee bit of fun. There you go, Hudson. So there you go, Kelly has watched it happen live.
I'm not sure Kelly.
She was actually on the Hudson in a rowboat, saw this plane coming towards her and went,
happens.
So Kellyanne was actually on the Hudson rowing the boat, and the plane's coming down, and she was using the Prometheus running away. Plane's coming towards her. Go sideways. I know, it's a crappy joke. Leave me alone. But there you go. So there you go. We just see it in the TV. We heard about it. Kellyanne saw it live happening as and when. Very rarely we get the, I wouldn't say opportunity to see it because we don't want to see things like that happening. But
yeah.
so there you go. So I hope you liked that wee quizzy whiz. So what we up to next? What's your plans for the week coming? Apart from watching the movies for Wednesday. What's the plans after that?
Well, the plan is actually to try and watch the films because
What films? Sorry, what are the films again?
my team is down to 35% at the moment because holidays, people want to take annual leave, which means we're down to 35%, but have to still cover 100%.
What are the movies we've got to cover anyway?
We're going through the Cannonball Runs and
it's the Hal Needham's range. So you've got Cannonball Run 1 and 2, Smokey and the Bandit 1 and 2. You've got Hooper. You've got Cactus Jack and anything else that Hal Needham did.
Yeah.
I'd be hopeless there.
Yeah. Well, Cactus Jack. If you can't actually remember it, they're actually all the clips of Cactus Jack are on my stream. I love Cactus Jack. It's one of my favourites. Kirk Douglas at his best. And considering he was 68 when he filmed that movie.
He was having just good fun about
it. Good fun.
I've seen your channel.
Kirk Douglas, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Margaret. And Margaret was just a fun movie.
But isn't Schwarzenegger described like the handsome man?
No, that's what he's called. He's called after his father, Handsome Stranger.
Yeah. Handsome Stranger. They
say,
yes.
Yeah. Parity Jones, his daughter, is Charmin. Yes, Charmin. Basically says to him, "Handsome Stranger. That's an unusual nickname." He says, "No, that's what I'm called. I'm named after my father." But, oh God, I love that movie. It's so Warner Brothers. It's just fun.
Especially the Warner Brothers theme tune played at the end.
Yeah. I just love it. It's just excellent. It's so zany. The glue, the painting the wall with the for a tunnel, the silly stuff that gets up.
The wise assholes in it.
Yeah. Then you've got the two guys that play the Indians. One of them, it's basically that horse is for you, Mary, because the horse, his horse whiskey is just smart. It's just fun. It's a great movie, and I love watching it. I watch it at least 3-4 times a year. I just love it.
But it is just not fun. It is clever.
It's clever fun, yes. It's typical. Really it's cartoon. It's live action cartoon done correctly. Because it plays it seriously, but you've got the cartoon features that we all know. If it was a cartoon, what would happen? But because you see it in live action, you don't believe it happens. But that's what makes it fun.
Well, one of my favorites is, I'll probably misdescribe it, but it's all those TNT powder kegs around the outhouse.
Yes.
And he's lighting the fuse and letting run, and he's running in, and he's with his very clever horse.
And the horse kicks him in the butt.
Because the horse knows there's something else going on. That is the like top tier. How do you bring cartoons from a comic book to live screen cinema?
Mm-hmm.
Flawless.
It's so well done.
Was done decades ago.
Yeah, it was so well done the way that they did it, considering. And Kirk Douglas was 68 when he played the part. He's more energy than a lot of action stars now have, and they're in their 30s, 40s, and he just basically knocks it right out of the park. So he does.
He was a
You
man's
see,
man back in them days.
you see what that one reminds me of is a much more modern one, and we should probably review it soon. It is a Mel Gibson film from 1994, 95 called Maverick.
Do you know what another one we should do? Support your local sheriff.
Oh, that's
that from my
another
head.
amazing.
That is a
Yeah.
absolutely stunning one. And do you know another one I like as well? Lightning Jack.
Yep.
Paul
Oh,
Hogan,
yes.
Lightning Jack Kane with Goddard Jr. What do you call
Cuba
him?
Gooding Jr.
Yes, that is a fantastic movie as well, because Cuba Gooding Jr. plays a mute, and
Yeah.
Lightning Jack is just he plays the gunfighter. He's just always wanting to make it big, and that is a great movie. I watched that a couple of weeks ago again. I love watching those movies. I actually watched it last week, believe it or not. That was one of the ones I actually rewatched, Lightning Jack, when I was down south. Perfect. So these are the type of movies I want to just maybe do a generic cowboy comedy one, so we can just talk about different comedy cowboy ones. That includes things like Blazing Saddles, things like that.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
And
not a
another
not a particular movie, just generic movies.
You get way ahead of me, but when it comes to good comedies for spaghetti westerns, we have to do Butch Sundance and Cassidy Cave, whatever they are. But we have to consider a lot of the other ones that they played lightly. Even what Clint Eastwood played lightly. But when it comes to the absolutely top of the top comedy western,
Trinity.
it is no, it's not Trinity. It's Blazing Saddles.
Blazing Saddles, yes, but that's the benchmark. But one of my favourite, and it always has been, is they call me Trinity, and Trinity is still my name. Bud Spencer and Terence Hill and Bud Spencer. I love those
I
movies.
mean, you have the first 10 minutes of the film in one of those Terence films.
There's another one as well.
He's on the trolley, dragged behind his horse, but he's not injured. He's just like relaxing. He's not riding horse. He's just telling the horse to like go where you want to go. I'm gonna lie down here. I'm gonna sleep. I'm gonna have a
even good through the water. He's still the same. Yeah, Frisco Kid is another good one. Gene Wilder and Harrison Ford. I did the review on it, I think. I kept saying Gene Hackman instead of Gene Wilder, but I thought that was a great movie as well because I'd never seen it. I'd never even heard about it. I watched it and I thought it was different, but funny and good, different way.
Can I mention one other cowboy film that I liked? Cat Ballou.
Oh, Cat Ballou, Lee Marvin.
Yep.
I've got that on my list to watch. I picked that up a couple of weeks back. It's still on my list to watch.
Yeah, Stubby K and Nat King Cole, you know, singing through it. That was the icing on the cake.
Yeah. The Maverick did have Jodie Foster in it, yeah. Jim, didn't it? Maverick, the one you're talking about, had Jodie Foster in it. Easily. But what was the other movie I was thinking about? Oh, come on, think. I was thinking about another movie before Frisco Kid. It was something to do with talking about that. I've got my physical copy of Blazing Saddles. Cat Ballou. It was something along the lines of the Cat Ballou. You mentioned Cat Ballou, and it triggered another memory.
Not Paint My Wagon, is it?
No. It's one that I've got, but it's one of the things that, because I've got so many, I can't actually just pick it out. Oh God! It was one. It's along the line. See, I love my westerns. I've got my John Wayne collection in the shelf behind me, as you can see there. I've got other ones all over. I've got Calamity Jane, which I absolutely love. Doris Day as Calamity Jane is one of my favourite movies. I think it's just fun.
You see, you checked briefly on Maverick.
Was that the one with Jodie Foster?
Yes, it is, but
Yeah.
she's literally the least famous person in that entire thing. Alfred Molina, James Garner, there is so many celebrities in there bringing in surprising roles. You wouldn't assume them to be this. And it's like, whoa, where did this come from? And it's cheeky, it's funny, it's poking holes left, right, and center. For me, Maverick is the best attempt at making a Western film. It is never, ever going to be as great as The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Or anything with, like I showed, I had The Man with No Name, Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
But for a Western pew 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 kind of attempt, there is nothing greater than Maverick.
Yeah.
Now, I've got to watch a Magnificent Seven.
I'm still trying to actually remember that the other comedy I was thinking of. See, I love Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid as well. So westerns are just one of those ones that I just love to watch.
Yeah.
And The Fighting Kentuckian with Oliver Hardy and John Wayne.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, McClintock. It's what the hell's that other one?
But you can't balance films like, say, The Good, the Bad, and Ugly, Maverick, and True Grit with John Wayne, the original. You can't compare them because, yes, they're all westerns, but neither of them are even competing in the same space.
See, I still say that every movie has got its good points.
Yes.
Or really, really bad points. But so yes, you can't say things like The Man from Utah, John Wayne, is in the same league as True Grit, the original, not the remake pish. So yes, you can't put them in that, but you could put things like True Grit and The Good, the Bad, the Ugly in the same category. However, some people love Good, the Bad, the Ugly and hate True Grit because True Grit is just no the type of cowboy western they want to see. Like
You see,
I'll give you one that people actually they either love it or they hate it, and that's the Cowboys. John Wayne gets killed. Bruce Dern kills him. So a lot of people who love John Wayne hated Bruce Dern for that, even though he's a great actor. Do you know what I mean? You hate him because in a movie you killed my favourite character. So I dislike any movies you're in. Really? But I can understand why people dislike Bruce Dern initially. It was because they were such big John Wayne fans that the idea that somebody killed him off in a movie. But The Cowboys is such a fantastic movie. But I wouldn't put it in the same category as True Grit. But I wouldn't say it's bad. I would say it's as good, but it's still not in the same category as those type of movies because it's a completely different outlook.
Well, if we bring it to, because all the ladies here in the chat are obviously a lot younger than we are. by many years, many decades. If you take something of, I was going to say Johnny Depp, but it is Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves did Johnny Mnemonic.
Yes.
In the very early 90s.
Yep.
And then in the early 2000s, he became the big boy because he did The Matrix. These films are basically the same concept. Everybody loved The Matrix, and nobody has heard about Johnny
Yep.
Mnemonic.
Johnny Mnemonic.
Yeah, well, you said it.
But
it
is
literally the same thing. Plug shit into your brain, go do stuff, save the world.
But it's
you carry on.
No, sorry, I was just basically saying is that there is a couple of things that I've seen him in. You look at things like John Wick and stuff like that.
Yeah,
he's in big movies. But I remember ones where he played a boyfriend, and he was only a wee bit part. He played the boyfriend, but even that wee 2 minutes he was on screen, he just sort of looked natural. And
he has the star quality.
Yeah.
Yeah. PJ, I'm just brought this up and share from it because
Butch
this is
Cassidy, and I love the Sting as well. See, that's the proper true grit.
Can I say something? I want to get a picture of that and print it on the t-shirt for you, PJ.
I love True Grit. I'm a big John Wayne fan, and the True Grit is the bit where he's actually just going like that, where the rifle's just swinging him round in full circle.
Yeah. That is the most iconic picture that I remember when I was a kid.
Yeah, that's it. The one where he's got it in his teeth and he's firing the gun, and he's the Winchester rifle. He's just swinging it around a full circle to recock it, and that is just the iconic one where he's coming forward. Whereas you look at the new one, it was like an old drunk. I didn't care enough about the new Rooster Coburn. He was an old drunk, didn't care. If he died, he died. I didn't care. So that's if you got a movie about a character and you can't actually make us, the audience, care about that character, then what's the point? I saw the remake of True Grit, and at the end of it, I didn't give a toss if at that scene, what do you call it? Who was it? The thing, it was, he played, who was it that played in True Grit? I know, I can see his face. It's Snake Plissken. Was that it was the one that played the Big Lebowski.
No, John
Lee Van Cleef. Big Lebowski, wasn't it? It was the one that played Big Lebowski.
Jeff Bridges.
Jeff Bridges. He was the one that played the True Grit, the remake. Yeah. And see, by the end of that, I could not abide Rooster Coburn. It basically didn't care. And that's, to me, if you've got a movie about this character, you want us to care about him. And at the end of it, I'm sitting there going, don't care. So to me, that shows that it didn't work. Whereas the original True Grit, that bit where he's riding down, firing away, you're sitting there going, and to me, that's exactly what you need.
Not only that it is part and parcel of what he was bringing in. It is
love this thing as well.
You could charge down people firing at you, but because at the time he was the cowboy, and it was like 100 years before he actually played the role. Its accuracy of guns are useless, really. If you look at the amount of lead that was required to kill a single human being in World War II, it is a metric ton. That is 1 meter tall, 1 meter wide, 1 meter depth,
No,
That
no,
is
no,
someone.
no, 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 no. That is that is
It's
war. That is
inaccurate
different.
in
That
a
is war.
part.
You're not saying what is needed to kill a human being. That is a misnomer.
It is a
A
misnomer.
small piece of metal like that could have done the job. What you're saying is during a war they had to spend 1 metric ton to kill one person. That's different.
Yes, but you could
In the
have
Wild
got
West, it
killed
was different. The Wild West is you didn't have the shootout standing 30 feet apart. All that.
at
Jesse
sundown
James
and
was a murderer. He wasn't standing in the middle of the street, high noon, bang, bang, bang. He was sneaking up
yeah.
behind them and shooting them in the back. He wasn't
It-
a good guy.
exactly, but this is the whole thing. When you're trying deliberately to go and remove someone, it's like, yeah, you got lucky on your first shot. Now you're spending 1,000 shots because you're missing. You're just trying to get them away, which is the main part. Is of a war, you don't really care about killing the people. You're just gonna go, here's a grenade, go away, it will explode, we will move in. But we just spent a kilo of munition to make you move away. All of you alive, all of us are alive. We just moved 2 meters forward.
Yeah. So, what's that movie? Clint Eastwood movie with Shirley MacLaine.
Oh, that's not the one. The orangutan, isn't it?
No.
You're thinking every which way but loose, or every which way you can.
That's Sandra Lockie.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I can't
Shirley
remember it.
MacLaine.
I must admit. Let's see. Somebody's got it. He was good in Constantine. I didn't really like that movie too much, but Kelly Inch, we did a review of Johnny Mnemonic in one of our Wednesday streams. Have a look at it, but it is an absolute. Even I hadn't seen it, and I loved it. And I've done some clips in my channel. It's one of those fun ones. It's of its time. It's
Yes.
a movie you can see is dated, but it's not dated badly. It's just dated, but it's still fun to watch.
I would say that's actually a fair judgment. It is dated by the way we would look at screens and technologies and all of that stuff, but it is not bad. It is really done well for its time.
And if you're looking at Total Recall, the classic, not the new one.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
Total Recall, the classic, that's definitely what you go for. Because I did see the new one, and I do regret it because it was so immediately obvious that, shall we say, the lady, she had no reason for this vitriol, this heightened level of hatred. Whereas Sharon Stone, she did have a dislike of Arnold Schwarzenegger's character, Harry, if I remember the name correctly. She did have a dislike because she was kind of forced to become his wife and play nice with him. And he was absolutely everything and anything she did not want in her life. So there was a reason to understand why she hated him and why he had to actually just go, look, you can't keep punching me in the face anymore. I'm going.
Yeah, but I would definitely recommend it if you get a chance. It is a good movie. Johnny Mnemonic is fun. The Sting is superb. The Sting. It's just one of those. It's classic for a reason, because it takes you on a ride, a fun, entertaining, clever movie with a good soundtrack. It's just you recognise it as soon as you come through, and don't listen to me butcher it with pretending to sing, because I've naked. Yep, she was Michael Ironside's girl. That's why as well, and he had to be his protector. But it's just a fun movie. Total Recall, definitely say yes to that. Johnny Mnemonic, yes to that. Matrix, if you're watching it, just watch the first movie. The rest of it is, I thought they were pish. Didn't really like after the first one. But definitely give Johnny Mnemonic a go. It is fun. And you've got Rutger Hauer. He's in it, isn't he? Johnny Mnemonic, it's Rutger Hauer. You've got Ice-T.
Ice-T is definitely in it, but I'm not sure Rutger Hauer
is it. Rutger Hauer? Who plays the cyborg, the preacher?
That's Dolph Lundgren.
Dolph Lundgren, that's what it is. Not Rutger Hauer. It's Dolph Lundgren is in it, and the gorgeous. Oh God, what's her name? She played in. She played in Starship Trooper. She played in Starship Trooper.
Dina Flores, but that's not her actress name. She's been a lot. She's
is it Deborah something?
Looking and very capable of actually even
Deborah something.
Even if she's stripping her kit off, she's still playing. She's playing on the level of Angelina Jolie. Dina Myers, that's her name.
Yeah. I'm just I was just double checking that. It's not the one that played Carmen, it's the other one. It's Dina Myers. She played Dizzy Flores, yes. She is in Johnny Mnemonic, and she plays they think she's wired up, because they take there's all the implants, and they reckon if there's too many implants she gets seizures.
Yeah, she's basically a cyberpunk junkie in this one.
Yes, that's what they put her down as, but they say it's not that, it's causing it. But Johnny Mnemonic is food. Even Clancy Brown is in it. No, sorry, no Clancy Brown.
Wait.
Ice-T is in it. So it is a fun movie. Ice-T plays.
Ice-T plays
a good guy. Let's put it that way. He plays a good guy.
I'm not entirely certain about that, but Ice-T actually has the range to play something I think he enjoyed. It wasn't like a crime unit New York or whatever it was called.
And he didn't play the typical gangster. He played a criminal that runs a criminal gang out of need for survival. So technically a good guy, but I would definitely give it a go. Johnny Mnemonic.
Ice-T is basically, for those of you that have seen Demolition Man, Ice-T in Johnny Mnemonic. Ice-T in this very early film is Edgar T. Friendly in Demolition Man, the guy that does the graffiti and steals food from Kentucky Fried Chicken. That is basically what Ice-T is in Johnny Mnemonic.
No. Taco Bell. It's not Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Yeah, well, what?
In the UK version,
it's same fast food crap.
No, because Taco Bell won the franchise wars in Demolition Man. Not that I remember these things.
Yeah, but in the UK version, PJ, it was Pizza Hut. They had to do two different versions. In the UK version of Demolition Man, it was Pizza Hut.
It was Pizza Hut, just for the simple fact is, in the UK, we didn't know what Taco Bell was.
Yeah.
But now it's just released as Taco Bell because it's known worldwide. even though it's not really out in the world, because American shows. It's the same as like the very first time Dunkin' Donuts appeared in the UK. People are going, donuts rather than just a single donut? What's all this weird donuts? Now, if you mention Dunkin' Donuts, even if people have never seen it, they know what it is because they'd seen it on TV and they're aware of it. There was a Dunkin' Donuts in Glasgow.
Even these days, you know what Dunkin' Donuts is, and I
Yes.
think they changed the name. But most people I have in the office, if they're going out and grabbing, it's like, oh, hey, happy birthday, whatever it is.
It's Krispy Kreme.
It's Krispy Kreme, or they go to Sainsbury's or Tesco's or M&S. It's not those brands because they just don't carry weight over here at all.
Well, the thing is, Dunkin' Donuts used to be, there was a shop in Glasgow, Dunkin' Donuts. It was there for about a couple of years. And it's just, I suppose, the culture. We would go up and see a donut or a snowball or a yum yum or a different type of cake. Yeah, we want a selection. But going up and getting donuts, people are going, eh? It's the same as Krispy Kreme. Krispy Kreme works because their most popular one is the basic glazed donut. They do the other ones, but I think the basic one, so people get the basic glazed ones and go, oh, try one of those and try one of those. So they'll get a box of mix, but there's still a couple of the basic glazed ones. So when people come up and open it and go, oh, look at all these weird donuts, I'll have the basic one. And that's, I think, where Krispy Kreme was better. Because Dunkin' Donuts, when they come in, they were all fancy donuts, and you would look at it and go, unless I know what they are, I don't really want to try them. And I think it's a UK palate thing. They just weren't familiar with it, so it just looked too weird.
I would say it's more probably, and I'm going out on a very thin limb here. I got a pack of donuts from Sainsbury's 3 days ago. All I wanted was the donut ring, which is basically sugary batter, and you dunk it into boiling oil, you lift it out, and then you just place a little bit of ice glazing on top of it. So sugar glazing.
Sugar donuts.
Sugar donuts. That's it. For me, that is an awesome one. But then you have the, shall we say, the Greg's versions and everything, where they dunk the ring into the oil, lift it out, and then they have these syringes and they just inject it with like blueberry sauce or raspberry jam or whatever it is. I don't care for them. I just want a little bit of sugary, like nice.
See, if I'm getting a choice, I love a simple ring sugar donut. Bog standard sugar donut dipped in sugar. A bog standard donut dipped in sugar. My next choice will be a yum yum, the Greg's yum yum, which has got the hard glaze over it. You can get yum yums which it's got a dribble glaze, and I don't like them. But the Greg's yum yums with the hard glaze. Then I love the Krispy Kreme plain donuts with the glaze, because, as Carol says, you bite through them and they're great all the way through. I'm not keen on any of the fillings at all in the Krispy Kreme. I would rather have a box of 12 plain donuts than a box with a mix. Because if I got a box of 12 with a mix, I would eat the plain donuts and leave the rest.
If I ever had a box of 12s, I'd be in a diabetic unit.
I'm diabetic, and I have honestly said I have eaten a box of 12 Krispy Kreme donuts in the one sitting.
Yeah, this is probably something we should shoot down.
Do you know I love panicking? This is one that a lot of people don't know about. That it's becoming more prevalent, but they never used to see it out with. We used to buy donut holes.
I think I misunderstood that, but something I will say is, if anyone on the panel or in the chat, because I did get the news just a couple of years ago, hey, you look like you have the like level 2 diabetic thing coming on. We're not certain yet. And I was just going, what do I have to worry? Do I not eat sugar? And it's like, no, you just have the diagnosis. You should probably go lighter on certain items, but you can still eat everything you ate before. You just need to pay attention to how much of what you ate before you do eat. And
I'm type 1 diabetic, insulin dependent. And yes, I eat what I want, but I manually take the insulin to counter it.
exactly.
So that's all it is. Whereas type 2, you have to be very strict because you can't take insulin to counter it, or you don't take insulin. You control your insulin by your diet. So
Exactly.
a couple of
Mm-hmm.
friends are type 2, and their diet is a lot stricter than mine's because if they have a packet of crisps or a sandwich, they have to really be very conscious of every bit of carbs they're taking in. Whereas me, I can have 2 or 3 sandwiches and a packet of crisps, and this, all I do is need to calculate it and then take insulin to counter it. They have to calculate what they can take in to keep their blood sugar at a set level, and that's the point. It's a lot harder.
Yeah, I scared my nurse because she did a fingerprint stab, and the value that actually came out was like something 23.7. But that was the morning after we had been out on a massive bash because it was like a 20th anniversary, a lot of alcohol, a lot of unhealthy
See,
drinking.
it's not the alcohol it does you; it's the sugar.
Yeah, well, it's the sugar,
If
but
the
it is.
alcohol brings your blood sugar down, so if you have a diet juice in it, it's not helping. So if you're drinking alcohol, every third drink have a full sugar in it. So you would have, let's say for instance, you were drinking vodka and Diet Coke. 3 vodka and Diet Cokes is fine. Vodka and Diet Cokes is no good. You would have 3 vodka and Diet Cokes, then 1 vodka and Coke. So that Coke will counter the alcohol bringing your blood sugar down. So you're basically
Yeah,
not that
no.
not that I've calculated all this.
I
Not
know
that
why
I've
my score
calculated how
was
to
so
actually work
high
my
because
alcohol level out with sugar. So as you
I
can
know why
imagine,
my score was so high because it was Jägermeister, it was Red Bulls,
oh
it
god,
Guys,
was
that's just all sugar.
guys,
Yes,
yeah,
sorry.
it was all sugar, and then it was like kebab, kebab wraps and
right.
carbs and the whole shebang.
Yep.
I don't think,
Right, Jim,
if
hold
I'm
on a
gonna
wee
be
sec.
brutally,
Hold on a
Yeah,
wee sec. Sadaku has to go.
yeah, I gotta
Thank you
go,
for
guys.
joining us.
Take
Thanks,
care,
guys. I really
Sadaku.
enjoyed it. Cheers, man. Cheers.
Yeah, you have a good
thank you.
weekend, and I will catch you next time.
Cool.
Yeah.
Take care, man. Take care, guys.
Ta-ra. Right, sorry, Jim. It's just because Sadaku had actually put in his private chat and he was
Yeah,
trying to catch the
no,
attention. But with us
absolutely all
gabbing,
right. So I was just saying, I was an absolute, and this was above and beyond the level I would ever be because we had fantastic company results, excellent bonuses, and the company was even happy enough to just go, it's like, hey, you guys, you will get 24 hours. Go on a binge in London. Go wherever you want. We'll pay for all of it. So it started at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Early drinks, pina coladas, gin and tonics, like very heavily. Is like, okay, I'm getting drunk. This is like a cheesy snack. It's like mozzarella. You can see the strings of cheese coming off. The whole thing. And then after probably 14 or 15 hours of that, I had my annual checkup with the nurse at NHS, and she did the prick test and everything. She just goes like,
she went, "Yeah, you're a prick."
yeah, I'm a prick, but she just was like, you're 18 and a half, you're 19, you should be 4.4. I was just going to say, I don't understand what it means. It might be, yes, I do have the type 2 because I'm getting that old.
Your blood sugar should be on average between 5 and 8.
Yeah,
it could go between
19.
4 and 8, but it should be within that, even without being without being type 1 or type 2. That's you would have a range within between 4 and 7 or 5 and 8, somewhere between that. Any higher than that on a regular basis, then that's when they say cut down your diet, and that's why you're type 2. So it's diet controlled. So they'd say have less fatty sugar, have less bread to kind of cut that down. That's type 2. Type 1 is 35, 40, high, because your pancreas does not work, does not put any insulin out there, and you have to manually put it into your body. That's why you walk around.
All I can say
with something like that, so you've got so you can shoot up.
Yeah. All I can say is by the time I don't think I was sober at the time I actually went into the nurse's office. I could still feel the donuts flowing around in like my circulatory system, and she just went stab. It's like, hey, you got some bad shit going. I was just going, yes. I was really stupid last night. But yeah, it's a weird thing. But I will say that because I did get that hot flash. Oh, hey, you got this debilitating thingy? But when I actually read into it, and it's like, go on doing what you're doing. Just make sure you understand what you're doing.
I thought you were about to go on.
Go on. But no, essentially, once I actually looked into it, is, oh, hey, you got told you got some bad shit. And it's like, really? I looked into it, and it's like, just continue. Just don't do what you did before the night you got measured. And I haven't since then. I haven't had 3 bottles of whiskeys and 2 pints of gin.
So it wasn't a Saturday.
Well, Saturday. This was like a Monday morning.
That's you just getting ready for work.
Yes. I mean, you need to get a little like, so I'm ready for work. It's been like 2 days, and it's like, I have 15 emails to answer. I need at least 3 bottles of whiskey to be polite to the first person that sent me an email.
Yeah.
Even though the lighthearted bit, if you ever get the news or your doctor says, hey, you got diabetes, don't panic, don't worry.
My older sister was diabetic, and when she was injecting herself, it was years, I was still a kid, and I always says, not me, never jagging, because I hated needles. You'd never catch me, jag. I would rather kick it than jag. Then I became diabetic, and my kids would say, not me, never jag. I would rather kick it. Word for word, almost what I said. And I thought, it's amazing how you change when your life depends on it. So yeah, I've still got a fear of needles, but I still have to inject myself 4 times a day. And I still do it even though I hate it. Because no matter how fearful I am, I know when my daughter said the word for word what I said to my sister when she says you could be diabetic. Nope, me, never happened to me. And if it does, I'm no jagging myself. I would rather kick it. And then when I say to my daughter, you could be that, no, not me. And word for word, and I was surprised that it just goes to show we're all, when it comes down to it, we're all the same. We all think the same things, but if anything happens, we know we would all change. We have to.
You see, I'm with you to a certain plane. I wouldn't say a degree, a plane. Because if I go into a nurse's office or GP, whatever, and I know they had to like stab and take some blood or inject something, I hate that.
Mm-hmm.
But if I could, it was like, fuck off, boom, squeak, I'm done. I wouldn't care about it. It's more that the fact that someone else is just going, we're gonna try and get like a
Yeah.
nice
But if
angle
you've got
and
the fear of the needle, doesn't matter if somebody else is doing it or you're doing it. If
no,
you've
no,
got the
no,
fear
no.
of the
If I
needle,
do it, it's
no, yes, but if you've got the fear of the needle, doesn't matter who. It doesn't matter who does it. If you've got the fear of the needle, that's like turning around saying, "I'm scared of spiders, but I'm okay when I'm holding it rather than you holding it." If you're scared of a spider, it doesn't matter who the effects holding it. You're still scared of a spider. You see what I mean? It's that. So if you've got a fear of needles, which I have, I grew up and I always hated needles. I got my tooth out once and it was painful. Since then, I had a morbid fear of needles, and it's literally that's what it is. And then now I have to fight with myself to take my insulin. So I don't go, insulin, boy, away we go. No problem. I go, insulin. Every time, 4 times a day, morning, evening, after, whatever. There's no difference. I still have to get in there. It's not just a case of, I need to, don't think about it, here we go. It's a case of, even after 22
but
years
it is
of
you
being
getting
diabetic and
in,
injecting 4 times a day, I still have to psych myself up for it.
but it's you getting into the mood, not you just flatlining. You're not refusing going down to, okay, now I'm ready. I'm still not liking it, but you're not flatlining. You're going, okay, I'm dropping and now I'm ready. It takes a couple of minutes
No,
and
I'm having to
boom,
flatline
I'm
myself.
good.
I'm a case of, I'm having to actually go, right, there's no way you can put this off any longer. Any longer, go. No, any longer. You can't put it off any longer. Go. Go. I've told you, go. Go. You need to do it now. Go. Go. All right then. And it's done.
Yeah,
It's not a case
because
of, I have to
you're
actually take myself down to the point where I'm no thinking about it and it's done because, but I still talk myself into it. Even now, I talk myself into it. 22 years after I became diabetic and I'm still doing it day to day
but
because I've got a fear of needles.
exactly you're putting yourself in
And
the
it is
zone.
better than the
I'm
alternative.
here, have to move.
Yeah.
It is you have the responsibility and move it away from anything like just injections. Think of I'm trying to scrape my mind quickly here. Pitch Black. He's a captive,
Vin
hostage,
Diesel,
and
yep.
everything. Yep. But he's in the moment, and suddenly he's free, and it's like, I know I'm not the bad guy. I've been captured for completely different reasons than those people that are here with me right now. He could go away, but he takes the decision. These are innocents. I should try and bring as many as I can with me. He could just have gone, and it would have been like a 15-minute episode. Because most of it is protecting, and actually made the second film because there was a boy that bled. He had that choice. And it's the same thing whether it comes to, it's like, oh, I need insulin. Oh, crap. I lost friends two decades ago. They also had to do, but it was insulin in the belly or something. Not sure exactly what it was because it was a little bit more intense.
Oh,
And
you inject any flabby bits, so your skin here, your stomach, your legs, your butt.
yeah, well, whatever they had, that had to be literally below the belly button and above the pelvic. And they had that same thing, but it was critical emergency. If they didn't do it every 6 hours, they were gone. That's kind of the balance I was trying to aim at. I'm not sure yet if I am diabetic, but I've been told to do the stabs, the plastic thingies.
If you're getting one, get one that has got cylinders. So my tester does 6 at a time. So it saves you having to actually cut around multiple needles. You just have a machine with 6 already loaded up.
Yeah, I got one of those.
Because I've still got the old one where you have to put the needle in and take the top off it and put it all back together, and you do that for every single one. Bugger that. I've got one, it's a cartridge, it puts it in, does it, and then when the cartridge is finished, you just pop it out and away you go.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've still got the old one.
I have more stuff I need to do in a 24-hour day than just like spend 3 hours just going tweak and click and drag out and then. So I do have the 6 cartridge ones, and they last me for 2 days.
See, 6 cartridges, one does me a day and a half. Sometimes just a day. Depends how many times I test. But the problem is, I would rather cart one of them around rather than 6 needles to change every single time. Because look, if I turn round, right, in this drawer here, I've got the machine. So you get the bits, the individual one, right? You get the tester, 50 test strips in one pack. That's for the machine. But if I went the other way,
They never
if I went
last.
the other way, there's a wee glucose thing that it's individual strips. So you get individual strips. You have to fit into one of these in every single time. One of them into your machine every single time. And
I
then you
hate
have to
that.
put the needle in every single time. So you need to do that, put it in, take it out, put it in, take it out for every single time. Or you have a unit that has one of them in it and one of them in it, and you just tap it around, go click, head away. You don't need to actually put new strips in, put new needles in, and and that's the problem. That's what you need to do. It's for convenience. Because if you've got to cart 5 needles or 6 needles around and 6 test strips around, then and you have to change them every single time, that's when people think it takes too long, too much time. So they don't test as much. Whereas I've got a unit that I just basically take it out like that, and that's me ready to test. I just open the gate, fire it on, ready to test. Away I go. I would rather do that every single time than have to go put a new needle in, take the top off, put that, turn that, put this in, fire that round, put this in, ready to go. You see what I mean?
Yeah, so it's probably similar to what they
It's the
gave
same.
me.
It's the AccuView one. So there's the unit. That's the needle. That's the AccuView one. It's the exact same as that. Mine's is actually attached to my unit, but it's the same principle. Because look,
Yeah.
I see. I've got the big unit, which is attached to everything. Is yours? Do you take? That's the exact same one. Right.
But the thing is, I think they gave me this. I would not like to assume that they didn't give me it by mistake, but it's
It's the same unit. Look, that's the same unit.
yeah.
But so they've basically refilled. Simple as that. Just that's it, refilled, ready to go for the next. Whereas that's what I'm saying. See, like for instance, right, hold on. I need to turn my unit off. But see, like for instance, the unit you've got, is that the one that you need to put the individual strips in?
Yes. So in this one,
Yeah. Whereas
I do the stab, and then there's
yeah,
a
you put the
stab.
individual strips in. Mine's has got a unit of 50 strips built in.
Oh, so you more have the stab on your finger, and it will automatically be in there.
I would stab it on the finger, and then under that unit, there's a strip it rotates round, and I test it against that strip, and it does 50. So it's a unit of 50 strips. It's a wee cartridge it goes in and has the 50 strip tester. So I don't need to cat all that around. So if I'm going out, I just take that and insulin. I don't need to take the needles and the strips and all that. That's the difference. It can be a pain in the backside because when I had all that, when I was going out, it was easier for me just not take my testing kit because I'm not sitting there putting it all together, tested and do it in a way again. You know what I mean?
No, absolutely. And I think I might have been mistagged, although the fact that the nurse did show me, hey, quick stab your fingertip, boom, you're 18. You should be 6.5 at the maximum. And I just went like, okay. And they gave me this entire kit, and I read up on all of it. And since then, the highest I've been, even tonight, I did my stab, I was 7.1. Okay, it's above 6.5 where they say you should be. But I've had like 8 pints of cider this evening, and I register at 7.1. Okay, I'm above where they think it should be. For 8 pints of cider. That's really misbehaving because that's sugar, that's alcohol, that's carbs.
Yes, but they counter each other. The alcohol reduces your blood sugar. The sugar in it increases it, and it really depends on how strong the alcohol is.
I am
So the
doing
higher the alcohol content, the lower that brings your sugar down.
7.5% alcohol.
Yeah, that's no too strong. You
A
imagine a
beer
Jack
is
Daniels or something.
4.
You can have a wine which is 12%.
Yeah.
That could be worse for you because that brings your blood sugar down. But anywho, what we'll do is we'll start winding down because it's nearly 12
Yeah,
o'clock.
because we're
And
talking medical stuff.
I want to get to my bed early because I've got to go and see my grandson in the morning. So I don't want to stay up too late. Granda, grandpa. I need to go and see my little friend. So yeah, well, my plan for next week after I finished on Thursday, I've got a couple of classic monster stuff I'm going to watch. I started watching the documentary about Universal Monsters, so I need to finish that. I only got about 10 minutes through it. I want to finish School of Scoundrels, and I've got the rest of Jack of All Trades to finish, which I'm going to be getting tore into that. Or once I finish in Wednesday after the streaming Wednesday, I'll be watching that, and then whatever movie we do after that, we'll think about it. So Wednesday, we are going to do Hal Neiman. I keep doing that, Alec. Tell him who he's called. Hal Needham. Needham. I keep on saying for some reason Needham. I keep on getting it wrong. I know it's Needham, but I keep on getting it wrong.
It is a tongue twister.
Duncan Monkey. Yes, I could do with actually a couple of Krispy Kremes right now.
I am very certain you'd be happy with one of them right now.
Yes, Krispy Kremes or Dunkin' Donuts or Dunkin' Munchkin. Yes. I think I'm going to not.
I know
I'm
it's
going to do
being
good. I'm going
slightly
not.
too late for me, but I do know there is one donut ring still left in the fridge. I am going to enjoy that. I'm
Yeah.
going to pretend that I'm an adult. And I know tomorrow morning, because I did have a sweet tooth going to bed, when I wake up in the morning, I will have ice cream for breakfast.
Well, I'm going to have a big fry up in the morning before we go out.
Oh, no,
With
no, 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 no. The ice
bacon,
cream will be the
egg,
starter. Then
sausage,
egg, bacon,
haggis,
black
fruit
pudding.
pudding, toddy scones, or potato scones. That's for all you non-Scots. But we are going to have toddy scones. So we're going to have bacon, eggs, sausage, haggis, fruit pudding, not black pudding. I don't like black pudding. Beans and toddy scones and a slice of toast.
What
That's
kind of
what's going to
Scotsman
start me
are
off.
you?
I don't like black pudding. I've never liked black pudding. I don't like fried tomato either.
What kind of United Kingdom island person are you if you don't like toast or what? Grilled tomato?
I've never liked grilled raw tomato. Wee bit of salt on it, no problem. Soon as you cook it up, not interested. Unless it's in
Mm.
spaghetti. Unless it's for spaghetti
Oh,
or
we
tomato
we
soup.
so have to meet up at a Comic Con soon and have a discussion how an Italian descendant just goes, tomato is only okay ish every now and then. Because
See tomato puree, see a spaghetti with a tomato sauce. The only one tomato sauce I like is my mum grand's recipe. Any other spaghetti has to be a carbonara. Do not like tomato in anything. That one, unless it's the one the family make. I don't like any other ones. So if I go to a restaurant, I'll not have a tomato based one. I'll have a carbonara sauce because I do not like the
yeah,
tomato. I don't know
we
what it is.
so need to meet up at a convention soon and just discuss this because your Italian heritage and you're just cutting out like 99% of the Italian
Yeah, but
heritage
see, I
with those
look at it. The
tomatoes.
fact is, I just cut out the things I don't like, and because I don't like, I don't care.
I know I'm pushing a little bit of a facetious thing here. If you like Italian food, but say, "Oh, I hate tomatoes," I was like, "Well, Italian food is like
Yeah, I'm aware.
99%."
Yeah,
But
I only like
you
the
do say
family
the other
recipe.
ones, the carbonaras, which is basically pasta and pasta sauce, and then you have an egg that you
There
twist
you go.
into
Look,
it, and
I'm not the only
then
one.
bacon.
Not the only one. Not a fan of raw tomatoes, which I like raw tomatoes with a wee bit of salt on them, and I only like them cooked, whereas I don't like them cooked.
Am I? I'm feeling like a heathen now because I loved growing up on the countryside, and we
See,
had these
Kellyanne, you have
massive.
red sauce. I prefer brown sauce, or
But
as we like to say,
that
brown
doesn't
sauce.
translate US and UK. But I
Yeah,
will say this: growing up as a kid,
our
we
family comes
had
from southern
tomato
Italy,
vines.
unfortunately. San Biagio di Saracina, which is near Sorrento, so it's the southern Italy where my family comes from. But I'm third generation Scottish. I'll eat anything fried except tomatoes.
I'll have to fry a tomato for you then. But what I was saying, where I grew up, we were fortunate enough. We were growing up on a massive estate, and the owner really didn't care. It's like, oh, you want to plant tomatoes, potatoes, cucumbers, pumpkins, whatever you want to. And my dad literally found this massive, I would say almost think Greek building, because it was just painted with white, not charcoal, but white chalk. So it had the perfect light. So it caught the sunlight coming back in. It literally lit up the plants and everything. And in literally 50 meters long section, he produced like 900 kilos of tomatoes every year. And us as kids, we just went up and you just grabbed one, cut it in half, put some salt on it, and just went yum, yum, yum.
I would
It's
do
like
that.
a snack.
If it was fried, I would throw it in the bin. But if it was uncooked, wee bit of salt, no problem.
Yeah, but for me, I'll take a tomato, I cut it in half, spray it open, some salt,
Yep.
done and
See, it's
dusted,
kind of
and
nice.
it's
Most
a
recent
snack.
Scottish ancestor is a second generation grandmother, and I think she actually lived in Ulster. That's Ireland. Don't know when her family left Scotland. From my mother's side, it's both parents, grandparents are Scottish down the line. My father's side, half Irish, half Italian. So my dad's half Irish, half Italian. My mum's pure Scottish. So I'm a quarter Irish, quarter Italian, half Scottish. That's the way I look at it. But I still don't like fried tomatoes. I love haggis. So I'm more Scottish than anything else. I love fried food, as long as it's not a fried tomato. Yeah. See, the thing is as well, Gaelic, basically Irish and Scottish basically intermingle quite a lot. We're both Gaels, so we are. Basically, it means we talk through a whole more heat, or we ramble quite a lot. And I don't know if anybody's actually ever seen me. I'm on this YouTube channel where I just all the time. I don't know where I get it from. Don't know if it's the Italian side. I don't know if it's the Irish side. I don't know if it's the Scottish side, or it could be all sides together.
I think heritage matters to a point. But what you're doing today, it is all on you. Yeah, you might be Italian, Scottish, a little bit of an older gentleman.
Where do you get that old thing? This is no grey hair. This is talcum powder. Because I'm such a young boy.
I'm counting the whiskers that are missing from the top.
That's because my wig slipped down here. This is my wig. I've just no.
Well, I think you still get the gist. It's yes, I call myself Jim the Viking. I'm completely wrong in calling myself that because Viking is an action, not something you are. More accurate, I should be called Jim the Norseman. But most people will go, huh? So I attribute myself to something more recognizable, but that means people think I drink blood. I run around naked on the battlefield wielding dual axes. And
you mean a Saturday in Glasgow?
Oh, you're talking. That's Monday morning in my office.
That just sounds like a normal Saturday night after the football.
Exactly. But I think I lost my train of thought there, but it is what is known or what you attribute to something. I call myself Jim the Viking because I grew up in the north. My parents taught me a lot about living in the wilderness north of the Arctic Circle. technically, if you really want to be, yes, this is the 2000s, I would be called a Sami, not a Norseman.
What, Sammy as in Sammy Davis?
No, Sami is a culture of reindeer herders. Think of them as cowboys in Southern America, not Southern America, as in North America, but the southern parts of North America.
You mean Texas?
Yeah, Texas, those areas.
You mean cowboys rather than cabaneros?
Caberneros, but I think if I'm pronouncing that name, those are some really kick-ass police officers.
No, I think it's America. What's it called? It's like Brazilian cowboys or cabancheros or something like that. It's basically.
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you mean, and they do some amazing food. Holy crap, do they do some amazing food? No, essentially there is a whole culture spanning across Iceland, Norway, Sweden, Finland, and a massive chunk of Russia. They're called Samis. They're basically cowboys, but they're not cow-ish. They're reindeer boys. And boy, do they make some amazing wilderness like barbecue cooking.
So in America, they have corn on the cob. What you're saying is you have horn on the cob.
Your channel might be banned after this, but basically what they do is they knock the horn off, slice the meat of the slaughter, chuck it onto the horn.
After, not before.
Well, they chuck the meat chunks on the horn and put it above the fire and rotate it so the meat chunks, as in a corn on the cob or like a barbecue roast bit, but they use the horns from the antlers from the deer and cook it that way. And it is lovely. It's absolutely amazing. If you're not a carnivore, apologies. You can have your carrots and rabbit food and everything, but mind you, we do raise rabbits as well. And it's like we're going, no, sorry, the food has to go to the rabbit first. You can take whatever is left over.
Yep. Back out to food. Right, what we'll do is we'll start finishing off. So, Alec has got some stuff, but he'll be back shortly.
Yeah.
So, Jim, any ideas what you would like to do after this Wednesday for next Wednesday for a movie or a group of movies or a genre or something? Because remember, Wen will not be with us that following Wednesday for a wee while because she's really busy.
I will require a couple of seconds because I'm responding to challenge at the moment.
The lapse.
Yeah. She's this close, not that close. Not the.
So when Alec comes back, he can tell you what's happening with his book and his.
Yes,
right,
absolutely.
Alec, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a link in the chat I'll put it in the description of the thing for your GoFundMe. So let the guys know what's happening.
Okay, where to start? Right, at the moment with the GoFundMe, it's going well, but it remains open until we hit our target. So there's no deadline or anything like that. At the moment, I'm waiting for the contract with the publishers, and then I'll be signing it, and from then on, that's where we go forward. But if anyone is interested in donating, feel free to look on the GoFundMe page, and also there's a video on there detailing of what I have written and everything, so you can get an idea, where this book is going. But overall, everything's all right at the moment. I just got to wait for the contract signing, and I'll all let you know when the contract is signed. So, but in the meantime, it's all going smoothly. That's all I can say.
Yeah, it's looking good so far, and I will give, for anyone watching, there is enough spoiler or teaser material that you can get, even if you do not contribute. You get to see enough to go, hey, I might actually enjoy watching all of this, or you may not, but at least you get a free sample where it begins. And I will say, compared to other projects I've backed, this one is really generous.
Yeah.
Well, at the moment, I've been in a discussion with another YouTuber at the moment, and the video that we got on there might not be up there for long, because the other YouTuber is doing an actual audio recording of reading the book, but that depends when he gets back to me. So you'll be able to read it and listen to the audio at the same time.
Excellent.
Yeah. However, go to the GoFundMe and donate if you wish, or if you don't want to donate, share it out among your friends and all that.
I'm just checking something just now. Hold on, where the hell is it? Just actually confirming mine.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, bloody thing, right? And yes, confirm. There you go. Just it's confirmed. So join me in donating to the GoFundMe. There you go, and done. Should be now displaying. Bloody takes age.
Yeah, it does. It does.
There you go. And I'll
thank
spread the
you
word.
very much. Thank you very much, PJ, for that.
Right. I'm just fired that up onto Twitter as well. There you go. Sorted. I know I should have actually hid my name, but I forgot. Right. That's me done. It's just so you'll know who it is from anyway.
Yeah.
My ugly mug will no appear on it, but ladies and gents, the link is in the chat. The link is in the description. The link is on Twitter, and the link is on Alex's channel, or Alex channel. That one there. That one. So, and I've read part of the book, so I'm actually in. So definitely get over there and let's get that sorted.
Can I just also raise something about Yeah. Right. At the moment, everyone out there, we're just on a little bit of a break at the moment because we're trying to come up with an idea for the next episode, but we just have to wait and see Well, all I can say it's going to be a fun episode. And PJ and Jim, I hope you are going to join along because you'll be bursting yourself to the seams. But all I can say is a little teaser. Ming will be involved.
There you go, Jim. You can get your Ming out again.
My Ming.
There you go, Jim. You can get your Ming out again. Show it to you people.
No touchy. My Ming. Go away. No touchy. I do realize that in 30 years I'm gonna get hunted down on Twitter as like, oh, you said these racist things. Like, no, I did not.
Well, the thing is, I'm hoping to get the T-shirt out to you, Jim, before we do that episode.
I will wear it with honor.
Oh yes, I know a perfect place to get it printed.
Yeah, that sounds good. I have 6 new friends to play with. I have a lot of setup, and I need to probably go to Croydon and raid the IKEA shop they have there, if they didn't shut that one down, for shelves to literally put in my background. Because I can't for the life of me find a decent shelving unit where I can put.
I did see in a local shop. It's called floating shelves. Basically, all it is
the floating shelf doesn't work because behind me, unfortunately, I have literally like 8 lines of electricity just shooting up, so I can't drill through the plaster.
Well, yeah, as long as you actually just hit right in the middle, as long as you don't do that, you should be fine.
Yeah, no, I'm not taking the chance because my life insurance involves me
being alive to collect, not to collect it.
so I can't do that. So I'm just going.
Speaking about shelves, I've really got to sort this one out because it is gathering dust. I'm thinking about putting plexiglass up there.
Yeah.
Because the dust is really gathering. It's getting bad.
It should be fairly simple because I've been looking a lot of the solution, especially what I want, because the shelving unit, and I know I will have to get something from IKEA, so I get the dirt cheap one. I need to get something that can dig a channel so I can build or stick down the LED strip. So it's not visible. It's not on top. It's just adding light to the picture or to the item I want to display.
Yeah, the thing is, see, these units here, these glass units, right? They've got 4 shelves.
Mm-hmm.
Right, you can see the helmet up there and that one on a stand. You can. Oh, my camera got a wee bit drunk there. You can put. I've got the strips, but I've not added them to it, so I put it round the top of it, and then you can put it round the top of each of them, and actually just let connect them all up to a battery or plug them in.
You see, that's my plan. I just want to do that without destroying my microphone like you're doing every time you're showing the stuff you got.
Yeah, it's only because basically the stand is actually a wee bit dodgy.
Yeah.
Dodgy. See, I used to have it so the mic was the right thing with the air showing down there, but that corner's a fucking mess now at the moment because I'm tidying up and I've got a lot of boxes there I've no cleaned away, so they need to get cleaned away. So they do, cleaned away. Aye. Anyway, so I'm going to finish off because that's 20 past, and I'm up early in the morning to get my breakfast so I can get out and about to go and see the grandson.
Right, it's Monday tomorrow.
It is tomorrow. Today is tomorrow, or tomorrow's today.
Oh crap!
Unless you're in another time zone, then you're still yesterday, or else you're no anywhere near tomorrow.
I don't care what time zone you're in, you're still screwed.
Yes, definitely. Anyway, Alec, we're looking forward to seeing how you got on with this.
Yes.
So I'll put the link in the description of this. And ladies and gents, thank you for keeping with us. Kelly Inch, thank you. Carol, Disaster Area, John.
Carol.
I already said Carol.
I was just trying to remember Disaster Area. We had
Disaster Area.
There was a lot of them.
To be read. Was in. Kaylee Chow was in. Thank you. There was a need to be read. Was it? Where's the one? Where is it? Where is it? You have actually and Grand Moff Miranda as well. So thank you very much for all for sticking with us, and for all those who have stuck through to the end of the rewatch. Thank you as well. So from the guys and myself, remember, I'm not old, I'm classic. And for me and the guys,